face. Okay, really appreciate it. Uh, okay, Dr. Kill Patient, hello. Your mother says hi. A person named Dr. Kill Patient in chat saying, your mom says hi, and she wants you to have less number of guests in your panels. Okay, sometimes we do. For special debates, we do. There's a reason why we have the number that we do. It's because we're looking, because not everyone can comment on everything, right? So if you have a small number of people, this is to your mother, your wonderful mother. If you have a small number of guests, and then the people you happen to have picked don't have much to say on those topics, then it's pretty dead. So you want to have a certain amount. You want to find a balance, right? And apparently 8 is a pretty good balance. 8 guests is a pretty good balance as to have there, because that usually ensures that someone is going to have something to say about something. Not always even then, but then you don't want to have too much, because then not everyone can get their word in, and we're bouncing on too many on too many different points, so it's a whole thing. But yeah, I mean, you can tell that to your wonderful mother, who was kind enough for her to be watching and to give a crap. But anyway, to my panelists, no, not panelists, to my audience, yes, audience who could be future panelists right now, because what's going to happen is we're going to roll into our open walk on panel right this moment. So in case you don't know, exclamation point open in chat lets you know that this is open walk on panel. We're honest members like you. Yes, you may participate. Join the Discord server and go into the robot rating room so that you can be let in on this Discord link for your convenience. Okay. And if you've been enjoying this content so far, hey, do me a favor. Hit that follow button. If you haven't done so already, hit that follow button, hit the notification bell. We do this all the time. We have these panels all the time. These closed panels all the time. These invite-only panels, and they can get quite spicy. They can get pretty crazy, as you saw, right? Yeah. So if you enjoy that, then don't miss out. Don't miss out once again, right? Hit that follow button, hit the notification bell, because you've missed out on months of these things, months of these amazing content. Beyond that, of course, we have our open panels, which we're going to do here 6 days a week. We have open panels. So I think we're worth your time. Hit that notification bell after you hit the follow button, and be a part of this crew. And I want to thank quickly to donors. We had like a hype train, but it was like at the same time I was indisposed. So I want to thank my top donors. Once again, we have the monster, Leah. Leah, thank you for the 35 tier 1 gift subs that you gave just today. That's really kind of you. Cycloptic Goat, who I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. But Cycloptic Goat, thank you for gifting 14 hot tier 1 subs. Kamikaze, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Tom Foolery, thank you for also gifting 5. King of William, thank you for gifting 2. And Bmore, thank you for gifting 1. Oh man, so kind of every single one of you to do that. That's really, really kind. This has support that keeps this chat alive. And thank you, A. Clark Bot, for gifting 10, count them, 10 bits. But you are my number 1 bit donor as of now. So hey, you have a title. I'll take it. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. But yes, of course, we always need more support. So if you haven't done so yet, please do me a favor. Sub to the channel. It's only $5. $5 a month to sub to this channel to keep this content going and growing. I cannot do it without you. It just doesn't happen. But the kind of people who have already donated, right? And you out there who have not yet either subbed yourself or donate yourself. Okay, so do me a favor. Please, sub to the channel. Beyond that, you can sub for 3 months and save 20%, all right? And Wiggle has donated 3-month subs, so it's finally happened. Hooray! I knew it would. Or you can sub for 6 months and save 30%, right? So those are great options, great way to support the channel, and you also save. All right. Beyond that, you can use your Twitch Prime Gaming to support the channel. It's a free sub. I think we give you a lot of content here. A lot of content to deserve that, right? So please be so kind as to use your Twitch Prime Gaming here on the channel. New month, new Prime Gaming's available, new free subs. So please be so kind as to Do you did the six? Oh, Sin, I didn't know that. You did the 6 months thing the other night. Oh, that's super kind of you. Holy crap, I did not know that. Oh, wow, that's really kind of you. Thank you so much, Zin. Oh, all right, so we've accomplished this. All right, well, we could use more of those. Great way to support the channel and save. So please do that. Okay. Also, of course, you can donate bits. You can donate subs, as those kind people did previously. Donate bits, donate subs to the channel. Okay, you can also use our PayPal button below. We have a PayPal button below. Please use that. Great way to support the channel. A lot more of your money gets to us that way. Yeah, thank you for the follows. Also, you can use exclamation point donate in chat. That's another option to support the channel if you're looking for that. Exclamation point donate. It's a great way to do that. Finally, we will we have a Patreon. We have a Patreon, right? Right now we literally have one donor. One donor to the Patreon. If we get more support there, that's another good way to support the channel. And we can make the Patreon what you want it to be. You guys let me know, guys, let me feedback as to what you all desire there. So yeah, be so kind as to help out the channel. Go check out our Patreon, and yeah, we'll like build that too and figure out what you guys want. I don't know, but you gotta let me know. So let me know what you guys kind of want for that. But yeah, just the one person. Okay, last but not least, we are doing the whole YouTube thing, right? We're doing the YouTube thing. We got an editor who's been so kind as to help us out. Exclamation point YouTube in chat. Let you know where you can find it. There's the YouTube link. Check it out. Subs to the YouTube channel. You got oh, this is the first time Cycloptic Goat. Like we just Tomfoolery. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. That's awfully kind of you. I needed to take the lead. Oh, well, thank you. Yes, now you have the lead. Yes, Cycloptic Goat. We only just started on like Tuesday or something, or like last week, or like Wednesday or something, or maybe even Thursday. But like it's brand new. That's why you haven't heard of it before. And so there's a link in chat. Once again, exclamation for Patreon. Lets you know where to find it. So if you want to support the channel that way, we would love it. We will love it. We will love it. Again, we're doing the YouTube thing. We're doing it right now. If you guys have I heard a lot of complaints. People are like, oh hey, oh wow. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Ariya, for the 5,000 bits. Now, Ariya has taken her rightful place as #1 once again. I don't know what to tell you. Sorry, Tom. I apologize. But thank you for the donation. As for Twitch, personally feel some of panelists would have. That's interesting idea. Psychopathy. Hey, DM me that. DM me in Discord. Jump in my Discord. And DM me that suggestion, and maybe we'll talk about that. I have to think about it. But yes, be so kind as to do that. Sub to our YouTube channel. Of course, subbing to there is free, right? So support the channel. We're gonna grow it. We're gonna put clips here or there, right? Hopefully, eventually, maybe some shorter clips. That might be really good, you know, of things that happen, right? Really cool things that happen. But we're just growing now. We're just putting our segments there, but we will grow it more. So this is your notice. The YouTube channel is up, and we're actually moving forward. Okay, great. So moving forward, we're going to jump into our. Okay. All right. Tomfoolery has something to say about this. Tomfoolery has now donated 5,000 bits. Okay. Thank you for that. We started the hype train. We're literally at a level 3 hype train immediately. All right. 4 minutes left on the hype train. Hey. Okay, so Tomfoolery has taken the lead with 6,000 bits donated today, right? But are you guys gonna let that stand? Are you guys gonna let Tomfoolery have the #1 stop? He's not even a progressive. Guys. You need to fight him. You need to fight this man. You need to show him who's boss, right? Like, progressives and socialists rule the day here, right? So, use that socialist money and engage in the capitalist. Okay, all right. Well, there's a Cycloptic Goat with another 5,000, and 1 bits. Okay, all right. Well, Cycloptic, did you give bits before? Because he still might be above you, actually. Because I think you're number two. I think you're number 2 at this point in terms of bits. But thank you. It's Leader for gifting a hot tier 1 sub to the channel. Oh man, that's awfully kind of you. Now we're already level 4. This is amazing. Okay, again, so we have a bit of a competition now. We're trying to figure out who is the number 1, who is the absolute champ. Okay, all right. So if my math is correct here, I'm looking at this. Tom Foley has 6,000 bits. I can't look at the leaderboard yet, but Tom Foley has 6,000 bits. Cycloptic Goat has 5,001 bits, right? And our local monster, the one known as Leah, right, is down at a paltry level 3. Now, look, okay, I don't know why you're coming after the queen, right? Why you're trying to take her crown. I'm sure she won't let this stand. Now, she doesn't have to give now, certainly not. She doesn't have to prove anything at this point, right? It's okay. But I'm just saying that the crown has been taken. You have just been given a bronze, Leah. It hurts me because I like to see you like showered in gold. But looks like for now, our friends have taken that spot. Okay, so thank you for the 100 bits, Hexorus. That's awfully kind of you. Okay, 3.5 minutes left in this hype train. We are level 4. Can we get it to level 5? Can I make it happen? Can we get some more donated subs? Can we get some more donated bits? Or if you're at home, if you have not gifted your subbed yourself, now's the time to do it. Now's the time to jump in, grab those hot hype train emotes if you haven't had them before. Okay, well, there's the monster. Never mind. There's the monster. Another 25 hot tier 1 subs on top of the 35 she's already gifted, so that should be 60 now. Plus. Number 1, e-begging. LOL. I don't know e-begging. I'm just like, I'm just like giving your options. Your options are to help the channel this way. Of course, the monsters come in, crush the hype train. I think that's the 4% left on the hype train. 4% left on the hype train. Okay, so a lot of good people are getting subs, including our good friend Know Nothing TV. Yes, this is who just joined us. So look, there's 4% left. In that 4%, good. Someone could take the gold. Someone could steal the gold in terms of bits, right? So I have to go. Thank you for the extra bit. Someone could steal the gold instead of, in terms of bits. Who would it be? I don't know. All right. Look. So look. At the top, we have Tom Foley still with 6,000 bits. I'm just saying it's up for grabs if you want to. Someone could grab it. But can we get that 4%? 4% left within this hype train. Can we finish it off? We have 4.5 minutes left. Or sorry, 3.5 minutes left on this hype train. Can we finish it out? Can we put it to bed? Let's make it happen. Hey, we give you so much content here. So much content here. And you know what? You know what? It's like, this is not like a promise I can make like in perpetuity. But since I have started streaming, I have, thank you, Hamo Sart, for the $5 you gifted through PayPal. It's awfully kind of you. Thank you so much. Since I have, it doesn't go to the hype train though. Only bits and subs go to the hype train. But still, thank you so much for the support. We also need support there as well. But since I have started streaming, I have not missed a single day. Not even one day have I missed, right? If it's scheduled, I'm there. I take Sundays off, but like I've never missed a single broadcast. Okay, well, there comes the monster. The monster has struck again. It's so far ahead. We've got so many. Things to consider here. Leah has just gifted. Let's make sure I'm counting it right. 10,000 bits. Yep, 10,000 bits from Monster Leah. Okay, well, I don't even. Yep, there it is. 10,000 bits from the Monster Leah. Okay, well, that's $100. So once again, Leah has a top spot. She's taking the gold. All right, well, all right. So I apologize to all of the contenders, but I thank you for participating. But in the end, you were actually never going to beat Leah, which is never going to happen. But Leah, local monster, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for our other monsters in waiting. Right? We have Tom Fuller. We have Cyclopic Goat. Thank you all for being so kind as to help out. I saw someone actually, I think, jumped on the Patreon. I haven't had a chance to look at it. I'm sure it's someone very kind. But thank you, Nell Class, also for using your Prime Gaming with subs to the channel. All right, we have a minute and a half left on the hype train. If you want to just jump in, if you just want to jump in like Psychopathy there and gift 100 bits, or just gift any number of bits. If you want to grab those emotes, our local monsters have literally done all the heavy lifting for you. So now it's just a emote bonanza. Throw a few bits in the pot. Just go ahead, just throw a few bits in the pot, right? And you will grab those emotes for yourself. Just throw a few bits, like like Tom Foley. I'm coming. He's coming back. One bit at a time. Thank you, Tom Foley. Okay, all right. So we're moving on. That was amazing, guys. Thank you so much for the support. Really a lot. We've been donations have been down recently. So this was awfully kind of you. To help out, to help the channel, to keep it sustainable. I can't do it without. Look, we're 65%. Look at the bit goal. We're 65% done. This is day one. This is day one of this month. Yeah. So, okay. And thank you, Where Rebels Are, for giving Hot Tier 1 sub. And everyone who got a sub, of course, welcome to the Worst Generation. Really appreciate it. Smoky McPot, thank you for throwing some bits into the pot. Yeah, no, Tom, certainly no need to apologize. It's very much appreciate everything that you've done. But yeah, oh, Cyclopic, what? Cyclopic with another 1,234 bits. Okay, all right. So that's the end of the hype train. Though of course, donating never has to end. Donating can happen anytime. But thank you all for being so kind to this channel, every single one of you, my local monsters, for helping out, members of the Worst Generation, illustrious members of the Worst Generation. Thank you so much. Holy crap, we crushed that hype train like never before. So before I go, we're going to jump into the walk-on panel. That's happening right now. Okay, it's happening right now. But I'm going to wait till I can see the leaderboard once again, and I'm going to rethink my donors, right? And it's all rearranged again. So I want to make sure they get the recognition they deserve, and they deserve a lot of recognition because they are see, there's that gift, the 10,000 bits. There it is. It just came up. The 10,000 bits. Okay. So, okay, looking at this, all right. So back to, once again, the, excuse me, the sub goal, right? We have Leah being a monster there at 60 subs. An absolute monster. Cyclopic Goat, again, 14. Kamikaze, again, 5. Tom Furley, 5. King of William, 2. Beemore, 1. It's Looter, 1. Where Rebels Are, 1. And, yeah, thank you so much. Taco Lee, thank you for being so kind as to resubscribe. But then, of course, moving over to the bits, which is usually not very competitive, but we had an amazing competition here. Love to see it, right? So, Leah, thank you for the 15,000 bits. Holy crap! I've never seen the bit counter go that high. At least not here, right? The channel, sure, never here. This is the first, and our local super monster, Leah, made that happen. Then we have Cyclopic Goat coming in at 6,236 bits. Thank you so much. Grabbing the silver. And there's that last bit donation right there. And then Tom Foley coming in at 6,001 bits. Thank you so much, Tom Foley. That's awfully kind of you. Awfully sweet. Haxor is at 100 bits. Psychopathy 100 bits, and then Smoking Pot, 8 o'clock 5, and Boji way below 100 bits. But still, all very much appreciated. Thank you all so goddamn much. Can't do it without you. Okay, let's what's better, bits or subs? That's a good question, Tom. That's actually a really good question. It's hard to answer because with subs, there's a possibility that the person who gets the gift sub can turn into a regular sub themselves, right? So it's like an additional revenue stream, but it's a very low probability that it happens. So, and I only get half of the money for there, right? I'm just trying to answer you properly. But for bits, it's like a one-time thing. There are fees taken out of it, but I technically get more of your money when you use bits. But it's a possibility that I get it's a very low possibility, but a possibility that you are creating more sub donors in the future through donating subs. That answers that question. Okay, jumping in. Here we are. We are right here. We are jumping into the open welcome panel. Hey, we'd love to have you. Exclamation point open. In chat, let you know how to join. All right. And to my illustrious mods, if you can help us out, help fill out this chat with people who want to join. Illustrious mods, if you're listening, start sending them in. Hey, Fab, thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. Love to have you. Okay, great. Yes, people are coming in. If we have cameras, yes, cameras. We'd love to see your face. Yes, mods are sending people in. That's fantastic. Okay, great.
These lights look so obnoxious. You fucking get tape.
Nice to have you. Yes. If you have a camera, please turn it on. Everyone would love to see your beautiful faces. Okay. We'll go to this one. And we'll go here. All right. Okay, cameras all around. That's nice. Usually doesn't happen when we first get started here, but the camera posse has come through. Now we're going to introduce people very quickly. We have Fab White Guy, Fab White Guy, Fab White Boy. Sorry,
boy.
White Boy. Great, yes. In a few years, he'll be allowed to drink. Fab White Boy, thank you for spending time here. We'll make sure to, of course, keep your voice low. We don't want your mom to be alerted. Thank you so much. Next, we have Eagle Eye Valor. Eagle Eye Valor, who is our illustrious editor, helping us out with the YouTube channel, right? And his mouth is full, which is the perfect time for me to have gone to him. Fantastic, right? But no one, does anyone need to hear anything? Your work spoke for itself, I think. All right, great. Moving on. We have comfy couch or something? Comfy bro. Comfy bro. Thank you so much. All right, next. Thank you so much for being here. King of William, a relentless supporter of this channel. King of William, thank you for stopping by. King William, what's going on with you?
Nothing. I'm just excited to be here. It was pretty compelling watching. So, you know, as always, I'm just gratified that your stream exists.
Oh, okay. And people like you make it happen. It wouldn't happen without people like you. So thank you. Thank you, William. I wouldn't be able to accomplish this without your support. Next, last but not least, we have someone who I think is fair enough to call my arch nemesis. All Grimace has appeared in chat. Grimace, thank you for coming back. To apparently be vanquished once again by my amazing insightful takes. I don't know why you are so masochistic as to come for another beating, but I love you anyway, Troy, buddy. How you doing?
Prime, I've been training for you.
Oh my God, you sound so low.
I spent 10 months in the mountains. I'm ready for you, okay?
We can try it again.
Did those 10 months get you ready for this ass beating you're about
to? We'll see.
Okay, all right. We spent 10 months in the mountains just to get literally crushed and embarrassed in front of a couple hundred people. It's okay, great. I love to see it. All right, but seriously, I always appreciate our Grimace being around. Hopefully some of our past panelists from the last panel will join us, because we definitely love to hear from them. Okay, so lots of things that were said were highly controversial. I want to give you guys a moment to talk about anything that happened in that past panel before maybe we move on to something else. Okay, anyone?
Not to throw it like all the way back to sort of like the very beginning of the panel, but I, being the legal nerd that I am of the opinion that the president has huge unilateral power when it comes to taking action outside the United States, or just taking military action. Period. The president has large power to just do it, like whatever they want, essentially, barring complete defunding of the military or specific campaigns or impeachment. And sort of like, so like I bring that up because there was like the discussion about like the authorizations of military force. Those are like Congress saying like, we are only okay with you doing these types of things, and the president can still not do those things and go outside of those things. It's just then Congress's next steps are either to fund the specific campaigns or the military writ large, or impeach and remove a president who's taking military action they very are much against. So I just wanted to make that comment because I thought that was a interesting sort of discussion that was going on about like the authorizations and whether or not it fell within those authorizations.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think I agree. We have a huge white latitude, an unfairly white latitude, at least that we give our president, and it's destructive. No, exactly these moments, right? He should have to go to Congress. That's my opinion. You should have to go to Congress. We should have to get some agreement before we take these actions, right? And just on a wider point, like, why don't maybe we should operate like as if like the military option isn't the first option at all points in times, right? Like, we could do that, right? We could actually take that stance, right? Because other countries do that. Other countries have to do that because they don't have a military power back. So when they're when an issue rises up, like the first option isn't just to simply bomb the target out of existence, right? And especially usually, of course, a weaker target, because that's how that works, isn't it? Right? We bomb the weaker ones. We don't. If this had been China, right? Would bombs been falling over Shanghai? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
So,
So Prime, I want to ask you a question on that. So
Sure.
you think that like before the president wants to take any type of military action, you think it should go through Congress first?
Sorry, it was repeat the question, please. I apologize.
If the president wants to take any type of military action against another country, do you think it should have to go through Congress first?
The first time, certainly, right? Like,
my question would be.
So there is
go
a war
no,
power.
go ahead.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure. I'll try to answer your question, and I hope I'll do it thoroughly. There is the War Powers Act, and I would support having the War Powers Act, right? Saying, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, but it says like the president has 90 days to engage in a conflict, right? If there's something that requires immediate attention, right? Then yes, you don't have to wait for
a defensive act.
Yeah.
A defensive act.
Defensive act, yes, defensive act, right? If we have to respond to something, then the president doesn't immediately have to beg Congress, that maybe a split Congress, to like get its act together, right? So that we can respond, right? So that makes sense to me, right? But it says after those 90 days, then the president has to come to Congress and then get authorization, right? It's not a forever permission, right? So we did get permission before in the AUMF, the authorization of use of military force, right? Back in, was it 2001 or 2002, right? Whenever that exactly passed. We did get authorization for the president to use against terrorism, right? But terrorism in general, just anyone who attacked us, right? But like Al-Qaeda attacked us, and we're a long fucking way from Al-Qaeda at this point. There's a fucking Iranian-backed militia, and that's like Al-Qaeda now. Apparently, we can just strike anywhere. Okay, great. So no, this doesn't count, in my opinion. This does not count. So yes, I think.
Yeah, I wasn't being specific with this. I was just asking
sure.
in general. Do you think? Because what I was going to bring up was, do you think that that the president should have to get basically permission from Congress before he like declares war on something? But you already answered that, and I don't disagree with you at all. I was just curious what your opinion was.
I think Prime's point is essentially literally just the War Powers Act is like only in sort of like defensive measures, so then the president be able to take that first act, but then it sets up like if you want to go do anything further, like literally start wars, you need authorization from Congress, and I think that's a really
I would agree with that. Yeah, I was just curious about his position.
No,
I mean,
that's fine.
like there's this comment in chat, right? OnlyFacts TV says, I honestly don't trust Congress in many ways, right? Not to make a hot take, but there's a long paragraph here that explains why any way you slice it, there's going to be a hot take. It's a humongous power. It's the most powerful military in the world. It out-weapons every single military on the planet. Right? We have more nuclear weapons than anyone else. So anyone who controls it, I mean, like if you give it to Congress, right? If it has to pass Congress every single time, then they can, like he's saying, they can gerrymander, right? I mean, any way you slice it, there's too much power with it. So it's really not like, oh, how do we handle it? It's more like, what the hell are we even trying to do at this point? And the only thing that I can tell is like, I have no fucking clue because it's so nuanced. There's so much going on in background politics and foreign policy that so many people are unaware of. As a layman, as someone who is new to all this and doesn't understand, you got to do so much fucking research to know. So to keep it in the hands, like my idea as a layman would be like, well, what if I had a say in everything, right? And it's like, nah, it doesn't make any sense because there's so much I don't know. They keep me out of the loop. That's the whole point. So, we have something powerful in the hands of people who are the elites. They're super rich. They're in it for the money. They're capitalists. That's the whole point. And they're doing it with a bunch of other players on the global spectrum. So, it doesn't matter who has it. It's always going to be a game, and it's the biggest one to play.
I think we've very,
Do
very
we
much
real quick?
That's
do
all.
we
That's
actually
all.
have the
Yeah.
Do we have the biggest military? Do we
Yes.
really? I thought
we have
I
the
thought
most.
North
We have
Kor-
the most powerful. We have the most.
Yeah.
We have the
The
most
most
powerful
powerful.
weapons.
By numbers,
we have the
we-
most nuclear weapons.
technically,
I know by
that's the
I know by
problem.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
by numbers we don't have the most because I'm pretty sure North Korea, China, and Russia both outnumber us. And
They do.
I think Israel,
but-
Israel numbers.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
In terms of like sheer like armed forces, like boots, we have less. But in terms of like ability, power, like strength, we're the highest. And by
I thought
exponentially higher.
Russia and China were getting
Oh no,
real
like
fucking
well,
close.
I think we are actually wrong here. I think we're conflating spending. We spend more. But yeah, I think we are probably one of the stronger. So yeah, I would correct my statement and say that we are one of the stronger ones. I don't know if we are one of the strongest. I don't know. It depends on how you grade how strong a state's military force is. Because I mean,
I think we might have more like nuclear weapons than
right,
any other
right. I
nation.
think like just having one puts you up in the top 10 of nations.
It's not
you know?
only that, but it's the how can you move a force as big as China? It's about the logistics of it. Whereas America has the technology, the tools, and the assets and the money, right, and the leadership. Like everyone has a leader, everyone has a boss, everyone has a replacement. The military is like everybody thinks about the American military industrial complex as the American military. It's a force to reckon with. It's the strongest one on the planet because it's the most effective one. Even if they do overspend, even if they are, filled with a bunch of idiots, it's idiot proof. It's been proven that way before. Even if it is irrational, like no, really, like I mean, tell me what you think because it's not that they aren't like wasting money and terrible and terrorizing other countries. It's that they are good at what they're doing, which is carrying out the orders that affect the free market. That's the point.
Are we though?
I don't
Like
know
our
how, I don't know how
military-
we,
They
I don't know how
are?
this got into the free market, but okay.
Dude, come on! It's all about money in the end. It's about money.
Sure,
That's
but
all.
I think the main central point of like which country has the largest, has the strongest military. I don't think it's undisputed to say that America is, because our ability, our strike force ability, and to make it effective and not just just being like a drop in the bucket of a conflict, is substantially higher than any other country. Russia, China, doesn't matter. Literally any of those other countries. We are that much more sophisticated. It's not controversial to say that because it's just I don't see.
It's how it
I don't see.
sits.
It's just how it is. The question of is that a good thing? That's a whole other argument.
Like
but,
when I feel
practically
bad
are,
for
we
what's
are.
happening, right? When I feel bad about what Biden did, that executive order, right? I'm going, ooh, awkward. Oh, it's my military, but like, fuck, they're doing shit that I don't agree with. But like, sorry, I can't do anything about it because if it like push come to shove, if America revolts, there's more military than there are. There's more weapon power in the military than there are, civilian protests.
Okay.
And it's been proven before, it's weird.
Thank you so much. Okay, I want to make sure everyone else can jump in on this, and we'll make sure because I think all three topics for the Reverie were quite spicy. This is the first one, so I want to make sure we get to hit them all because I know people want to respond to those. But let's finish out the geopolitics. So Ty, you jumped in. I know you had something to say about it. Oh, thank you, Discorrect, for dropping in here as well as T-Jar. But Ty, thanks for stopping by. We haven't seen you here in quite a long time, and we always miss you. So thank you for spending a little bit of time out of your day here.
Well, thanks for letting me bring my expertise for a second.
Yeah, yes, please.
All right. So as far as just general military power, the Americans don't even or no one comes close to the Americans. We can talk about global reach. We're the only people that can literally just reach out and touch you literally in a couple hours. The only people that can compare to that are maybe the Russians, but that's with literally ICBMs, and no one really wants to launch nuclear weapons. Uh, Unfortunately, the Cold War is over, so there is no rival superpower that can actually rival us on any kind of major stage. That might be changing with the Chinese, but they're a long way to go. They don't have military bases in Europe. They don't have military bases in South America. They're working on it. We'll see how that goes, but that's probably 30 years down the road.
Okay, yeah. Sure. Thank you so much. Disco Rat or T-Jar?
Hey guys.
Anyone? Yeah, hey. Would you like to
Hey. Yeah, so like in sheer military power, of course, nothing rivals the North Atlantic Alliance, so NATO, which we're really lucky to have. I mean, because it just provides a great stability and platform for peace and people to develop and do their thing. Just everything they want to do. Which would be great, like if you spread it even further. Some people say, argue that it's imperialistic to spread it further, and I to some extent believe and agree with that. So that would be also an interesting side. But if it's spread voluntarily, that just contributes to war stability and peace, and it's a great thing in my opinion.
sorry, what spreads? I want to make sure I heard you.
NATO.
NATO spreads. Oh, look,
NATO
spreads.
NATO, yeah.
Okay. Okay. But isn't the fact that, and I don't pretend to be a foreign policy expert, right? And I think Dylan Burns would agree with me with that statement if you would to hear it. But I'm not a foreign policy expert. But as I understand it, it was the encroachment of NATO onto what Russia considered its geopolitical sphere that caused that backlash in terms of like them invading that area of Ukraine that I can't remember right now. And Crimea. Thank you so much. Crimea, right? And it's like because Ukraine wanted to join, but Russia understood that there would kind of be a buffer zone between them and NATO, and it had that kind of response. So isn't that also a problem when the U.S. allies are suddenly at the doors of people who don't like us?
No. Like that's definitely one thing, right? And we cannot forget like what Crimea is and what is on Crimea. On Crimea is Sevastopol, one of the greatest exits, Russian exits and ports to the Mediterranean, to Mediterranean Sea, and it was always theirs. So they used Ukraine as somehow a safeguard or keeper of that port. And what happened with Ukraine joining the EU? They had to build a Crimean bridge, right? Because so they have direct military access to Sevastopol and continue to do. Like in my honest opinion and personal opinion, I would actually go so far to say that Russia wants to split Ukraine on the Dnieper River. So they have like a geological also buffer zone between the west and the east to just separate the two countries and somehow get the east under their control. But it's just a theory, right? Unconfirmed theory. And yes, of course, like I don't think it's wrong since Ukraine decided. Like the people of Ukraine decided that they wanted to join. Like there is some influence, of course. Like I've seen some meddling in the past from U.S. diplomats, American diplomats supporting certain leaders, and there was also like a scandal when American diplomats said "fuck the EU" when EU wanted to insert their interest in the region. So yeah, there's a lot of things going on, but like in all, if the people decide that they want to join the EU and NATO bloc, I don't see any problems with that. Like from moral perspective, to be honest. Maybe from geopolitical perspective, yes, but not a moral one. Yeah.
Okay, thanks so much. Does anyone want to respond to that? Go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, so NATO's a really interesting conversation because it's going 1,000 different directions in one time. The Americans are pretty much showing everyone right now that they don't really want to run the show anymore. Whether we talk about the Trump administration, we're just like, hey, pay 2% or get up, or the Biden administration, which is largely just being incredibly tone deaf. take that in consideration that the NATO alliance is really upset with one of its members, that being Turkey. And there's no room for expulsion from NATO. Once you're signed, you're in. And that really bothers a lot of the members right now, particularly with how Erdogan's taken Turkey. A lot of people don't want the Turks in the alliance anymore. So we actually might, through either apathy or sheer disdain, watch the end of NATO just walk in over the next decade.
So I could see possibly an end of NATO, but like because especially with the damage done to it by the Trump administration, I think that damage was absolutely real. But what do you think? I'm the first person to love shitting on Biden, but I'm just curious as to why do you think Biden's being tone deaf?
Basically, by who we have seen appointed in the DoD and the Trade Secretary, that it looks like Biden's gearing up for a trade fight with the Europeans. I could be wrong. But if anything, what the signals that we're seeing is that Biden didn't walk back the whole free trade world order. He actually kept most of the tariff provisions that were done during the Trump administration, particularly against China. So if they're going to continue anything of what the Trump administration was doing, it was the negotiation for a trade deal with the British. If that actually follows through, that puts us in a direct geopolitical confrontation with the European Union, because the European Union does not want us dealing with them.
No, like it would be awesome if we could get along, actually, Europeans and Americans, because of this bloc we formed, like this ancient alliance of NATO, right? Like with this military power together combined, we are actually an unstoppable force at the moment on global scale. There is no one that could rival NATO in any capacity.
Absolutely.
Any capacity. So the only way, like if you think about it, like in a global perspective, the only way for the Eastern Bloc, let's say China and Russia and maybe some other states, could have any chance of gaining territory internationally or spreading their sphere of influence, would be direct to subversive sabotage of the NATO alliance.
There's a conversation on if the SCO is going to move into being a Eurasian super alliance, but the problem with that, and if anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which is basically this semi-permeable alliance between Russia and China. Remember, they don't like each other. They really don't. But they are kind of compelled together by basically opposition to the United States in the West. There's a conversation if that's actually going to get stronger. My gut tells me no, because the Russians don't want to be a junior partner to anyone. And let's just be honest here, China holds a lot more cards than the Russians now.
So in terms of so I like the idea of NATO. I like the idea of being able to counter China and Russia. I guess I like the idea of us having an advantage rather than them having an advantage. But is NATO actually giving us peace and stability, right? Or is it simply the Western powers like throwing their weight around, right? Like, and I know right now we're under an unprecedented, like era of peace is what people talk about. I mean, we still have conflicts, but like compared to centuries past, we have less conflicts. But like, is this peace, or is it that like the Western Alliance can just kind of do what it wants? No one else has to take it.
So, if may I share my screen? I have a map of U.S. military bases around the world.
Okay.
Maybe it would be interesting.
Sure, sure. All right, I'll show it. Please don't put anything in there that TOSs me. Please, please, please.
No, of course not.
Okay.
Like, I'm gonna make it full screen. So.
Okay. All right.
So if we are talking about like world stability and peace, maybe even like imperialist control, like a lot of these bases were historically put there under questionable conditions, and that's also a stretch to say, So if we look at that and see, like, this is also the number of military installations there, and this is a bit old. It's 2015, right? It's not up to date. So if Tiberius has maybe another map, it would be very cool if you would pull that up. But yeah, of course, like historically, a lot of these things were put there under questionable conditions. So is it then a question like this all comes at a great expense for the U.S. economy. Like this is what the U.S. taxpayer pays for. This whole world based dominance, basically. So you have like a lot of countries that actually subsidize and pay for their bases or like military, right? So you have some kind of buffer, but like it comes at a great expense of the US. So maybe it would be wise for the US to directly hand over some like EU bases to ease their burden on their economy, because we are such strategic long-term partners. I don't see that you would like the need to have so many military installations under US control in some regions, right? Like some other regions here are highly questionable, or like imperialistic intentions or not imperialistic intentions, right? And I believe that this map, just like, you know, facts talk for themselves, like and people can make like more detailed analysis out of it, of course, no question about it, like with geopolitics and specific countries. So if someone wants to take that away or something similar, please go ahead.
So, and I'm not sure if someone's hands up, but I didn't see yours. I wasn't looking at the screen there. But we'll get to you one way or the other. Wasn't someone correct me if I'm wrong? Again, I'm not a foreign policy expert. I'm just trying to work this out with all of you. Wasn't like part of the promise of like NATO that like the U.S. gets the military control, the hegemonic control that it wants, right? But in exchange, Europe is not as heavily armed as it was before, teeter on the brink of murdering each other because Europeans are really good at that. So like, we don't have another world war.
Somebody listen to my arguments. Hurrah! No, unironically, there's two faces to this. NATO itself is a mutually assured defense pact. Basically, when one is attacked, another is attacked. And I can't remember if that's Article 5 or 11 or whatever. I apologize. It's been a minute since I touched that. There's a weird thing here, and it kind of questions your morality, because basically, if you look at the world before 1945, it's all the imperial powers competing with each other for markets and resources and spreading their colonies throughout the world. Basically, what the Americans did is that you pick sides between them and the Soviets, and since the Cold War is now over, it's basically the Americans are, in charge writ large. Everyone pretty much exports their violence, death, and destruction to have the Americans do, and we just do that for everybody, and then they don't have to bloody their hands. Do you like that is a question, because that means that you don't have the Germans and the French getting in each other's face every 30 years. On the other hand, that means the Americans literally have their hands drenched in blood, which is a good thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
this is when you talk about having power and influence at a scale where it doesn't matter what you do, you tip the balance in one person's pocket who is basically living in America, right? We're talking about money and wealth at a scale that now you're looking at all of the stuff that America can put their hands in, and being the world police is a really big plus for that. That means that you have incentive for everyone to be on your side, and for everyone to listen to you, and for everyone to think about you whenever they consider what they're doing in the market, with their own troops, with their own military, with their own policies, with their own media even. America's going to be there no matter what. And they're like right through the middle, right? But mostly they're they're in the Middle East. They're where all the oil is. I mean, like I think it's really obvious to me. I don't know. But this this points back all the way back to the September 11 attacks, and it caused NATO to invoke, I'm like reading this in Wikipedia, caused NATO to invoke Article 5 of the NATO Charter for the first time in the organization's history. And it's the first excuse to actually go out there. And I know that it's a tragedy, but it was their first call to action to say, yes, we're going to go in and police the world. And that's when I started hearing about protests like that. At the age of freaking 11, we're policing the world now. And the people in the military were complaining about that. People like my own dad was complaining about shit like that. And yet we did it anyway. I mean, that's what America decided to do. Mm-hmm. It's not in the hands of the common people. It's not in the hands of me. I'm just now like really getting to know all this stuff through you guys. This is stuff that's already been decided. So I like what you're saying, though, Tiberius. It seems like there might be some dissolving of it, and that's interesting. I wonder if they're going to let it go. And I wonder, does the UN affect this at all? Is that part of the UN, or is it different?
It's not. It's completely different, and I'm gonna give you maybe a bit of a hot take. The UN has dissolved as a functional entity at this point.
I mean, I feel that, everybody can feel that.
Yeah. So, like, as far as the UN in general, I just completely put that as a non-factor.
It's a joke at this point.
Yeah, it is, especially whenever you look at who's on the Human Rights Council.
Yeah.
But that's a whole other conversation. We'll table that one. As far as NATO, the real question is that what do we do with it? Do we save it? Do we keep it? Do we retool it? What have you? I am convinced of one of two things. Number one, if the United States is actually going to give a crap about what is going on in the world, it basically has to say it is a knockdown, drag out fight between the United States and China. Otherwise, Americans don't care anymore. Number two is that if we don't want to be involved in the world, NATO's gone. We'll have a handful of allies, which will be like the Anzacs and the United Kingdom, Canada, Mexico. That's all we're going to care about. Everyone else is largely going to be just left off unless they're bribing us, which Japan already jumped ship on.
That's an interesting take, actually. I just wanted to add something to the UN, right? So the UN lost, in my opinion, its functionality to veto powers and the UN Security Council because they have somehow can overrule the majority vote, which is complete bollocks in democratic sense, and it's just pushing towards more inequality and basically, I don't know, almost like a dictatorship.
Reminder that was from the start.
Yeah, that was from the start, but it's still like, people aren't blind, so people know how democracy works, and it does not work like that. So, like, on the other side, of course, like I think like NATO has not still outlived its usability, and on the global scale, I think we can have a moderate approach, which I was like calling for, so American people can get more out of their money, can get more out of their budget, so they can focus more and invest into schooling and social programs, which would greatly benefit the US. Like, it's I don't know. Like, do you Americans still believe in like the first like Western world alliance? Because it's a more of a cultural question as well. If you actually feel attached to Europeans, if you feel attached to the Western world. Or do you?
The feeling is like a nostalgic. We came from a civilized land. Ho ho. Whereas like half the time I'm confused about it because I'm Puerto Rican and I was born in fucking Athens, Greece anyway. So like, it's hard for me to get my own birth certificate in the country where I'm a citizen. In the state where I was raised, where like it's not even a state, it's a territory. Like it's weird being an American, and it will never not be weird, but I'm still comfy about it. I'm proud to be an American. I can talk like this whenever the fuck I want to. It's interesting. We built the technology, and capitalism was kind of fun for a bit. It's just this is the withdrawal symptoms. I feel like all of this stuff that we're experiencing now is like just the economic withdrawal of overabundance and.
But I want to focus in on the question that he's proposing. First of all, just Craig, if you do me a favor and stop sharing your screen, we're done with it.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, and thank you, Dr. K, for showing up in Marks as well. Appreciate you both being here. But I'll answer your question directly. So, do I feel connected to fucking Europeans? No. Like, do I feel Europe? Absolutely not. Right? Like, the more I learn about history, the more I'm not connected to like the Western world and this alliance. I don't think that it is necessarily like a force for good because it has not proven itself to be to many disadvantaged nations in the global South. Right? It has not. Use the resources that it plundered from the global south to help improve the global south later on, understanding the advantages in both and human capital, i.e., enslaved Africans, right? And also just resources that it's robbed from that area. Like it's never dealt with that. In fact, it's still doing it, right? So I don't feel any particular question. I'm just speaking for me, of course. Everyone else has different opinions on this, but like I don't feel any particular connection to Europeans beyond the ones that happen to speak a similar language than me, and even then, still, like the ones who do are the worst of them all, really. Yeah. So, but yeah. So like, I feel like my problem is I feel like we Americans have some sort of opinion of Europe because I've been to Europe. I've been to Europe a few times, right? And I've been to the very beautiful cities, very impressive cities, right? But the thing that I could not get out of my head as I was wandering those cities, right, with their great sculptures, right, and their museums, right, is that, well, those museums are filled with stolen items, right? Like that was the thing. They would just like take those things and just like, knock them back, right? I think they might be better about that in recent days, but in recent years. But still, like that's the thing that happened. We would just take resources, take artifacts, right? Like they would just take these things, right? And there'd never be any consequence to them. And then they would with their imperial with their imperial desires, they would take territory, and now they may not be holding that territory currently, right? But they still have the advantage of first of all military that will can be used and will be utilized if these nations of the global south don't do as they're told, right? So that's the thing that can happen just at any point in time, right? Like just happen. And they are undermining the economies, right, of nations of the global south. One, by either supporting a dictator, right, that will go along with whatever the Europeans and Americans, the Western Alliance wants, as long as he gets to stay in charge, right? So if that means sell out his countrymen, that's exactly what he's going to fucking do, right? And they'll get military support to do it, right? America, according to the last count that I saw, was supporting 73% of the world's dictators, right? That's the thing that we do. We don't actually give a shit, right? So no, again, we're not actually a force for global good, not at all. Unless like on the very few times we decide that. And fuck, what else was I going to say about the global south? I don't know. I just answered a lot, but there's more I want to say. If I think of it, I'll let you know. Ty, you went to an exit before. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wish I could stick around longer. I'm Tiberius D. I am the founder and owner of Geopolitics with Tiberius D. I just do this kind of thing for a living. I'm on the other side of the aisle, so you probably ain't gonna like me, but at least when it comes to talking about geopolitics, I can have an engaging conversation. So,
what is Geopolitics of Tiberius D? Is that something else that I don't know?
It's my company now. Yeah, I'm
cool.
actually it's part of the show. I've got the podcast up. That's what I've been working on the last couple of weeks. That's why I don't really do panels anymore and all that. As I've transitioned into doing something professional. Hence, I did the episode earlier, which is why I look all fancy.
Huh.
So, but I saw that you guys were doing it. I just thought I'd slide in here and just throw it out.
Tell us more about it. I'm trying to give you a bit of a shine here. So
Sure.
You're not doing panels. You're instead doing like I guess lectures, talks about geopolitics. What are you doing?
Little bit. I'm turning it into more of a professional thing. So what I do is I just kind of give people like a royal tour. All right, cool. This episode we're going to talk about Germany. Why is Germany Germany? In a general sense, why is it wealthy? What problems does it have? What's its history? That kind of thing. And we go into different things. Tonight we just covered the technological revolutions or the industrial revolutions. What led from agricultural to industrial manufacturing, which brought a middle class, which brought the service economy, which destroyed the middle class, and then where we're going now, which is the social economy, which is really, really that we whole range of topics, whole range of nations. Just come check it out if you get a chance. It'd be great. Geopolitics with Tiberius D. It's a Y, not an I.
Okay. Everyone, please check it out. I put Tiberius's link in chat. Go check him out if you like what he had to say. or he didn't like what you have to say, want to yell at him, go follow him any which way, right? And maybe he'll change your mind. So thank you so much for being so kind as to spend a little bit of time with us. I understand you're quite busy, but thank you for stopping by, Tiberius. Please let it happen again.
Yep. Good to see you. Have a good one, guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Back at it. I see Dr. K here, and I see Kobe here. Kobe came here a little earlier. Kobe, did you want to say something before we go to Dr. K?
I'm actually trying to get my camera to work, so if you want to keep the conversation going.
Sure. All right, we'd love to hear from our friend Dr. K. Thank you for being here.
Yo, what's up?
Nice.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to add is you're correctly identifying, a lot of the issues when it comes to the modern state of international relations. And something I wanted to add on to that I think a lot of people miss when talking about the relationships between former colonial nations and formerly colonized nations is oftentimes the business assets within those countries will often be owned by by their former colonizer country, right? And this is the case for quite a few countries, and the businesses that served as essentially the colonial company that existed within the nation state will often see itself as having sort of a legitimacy and an ability to dictate its will in a lot of these states. For instance, BP, British Petroleum, still plays a major role in Middle Eastern politics due to British colonization of Iraq.
Yeah, thank you so much. And you can respond to that, Disco Rat?
Yeah, like I just well, I wanted to say that yeah, I'm a socialist myself, and I do analyze like a lot of things to form like a free thinking working model of a socialist world, of like an accepting world, of a world where everybody can support each other and live in peace without exploitation. I think that would be awesome. That would be great. And there are also models historically which we can look at maybe and are not very well known. For example, the non-aligned movement. Yes, I was born in a country like Yugoslavia. We were not part of the Western world. We were not part of the Eastern world. We have formed and actually initiated a third block, which was the non-aligned movement. It still meets, it still exists, but it's really hard to sell it today because of the just extremely bad propaganda of the countries that are still in it. Can I share a screen, just a list of countries, so you know what I'm talking about?
I'm familiar with the NAN.
Yeah, so you have Pakistan, India, Libya, Malaysia, Namibia, Nepal, Vietnam,
Indonesia.
Venezuela, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Cuba, North Korea, even, right? Ghana. So this is a movement that is not aligned, and countries consider themselves independent countries and like try to be as independent as possible, like military and also in a thinking way, like not being under the control of soft power or direct control under direct occupation to like a presence of a military base, a foreign military base in their own country. So there's a possibility, there is a way, but like it's in my opinion, like honest opinion, it really boils down to culture and people understanding, education on the matter, off the matter. So yeah, like I don't know how far we can push it, but education would definitely be a really good first step for people to realize that there is a way and there is an option out there.
Okay. So anyone? So how you doing over there, Kobe? You still working on it?
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna be able to get my camera going up right now.
Okay, sure.
But if that's okay. But I do have a question. Is it really an occupation if a democratically elected government wants us to be in the country?
Of Iraq?
I was referring to Disco Rat.
Okay, sure.
Well, it really boils down to individual, like specific instances, right? Like, was the democratic government forced upon that nation, like in Egypt? Like, is it true democracy? Is it democracy at all?
So, well, that's what examples you have of. You'd have to define forced on democracy. So is Germany? Was just Germany not count? because Germany used to, the current German state comes out of technically two non-democratic states, the GDR and the fascist Reich. Is South Korea not a democratic state? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I get what you're saying.
It used to not be.
That is, yeah, but that's the point. That's the point that I'm making. That if this is the standard we're making, most of countries in the world are not like democratic states, because they didn't just, all the people didn't just rise up one day and decide to be democracies. That's how it mostly happens. Is some kind of more totalitarian government is overthrown some way, whether through war, destabilization, outside influence, and then a democratic state arises. So that kind of seems like that's the world order, right? So like an example, like a lot of these places, I don't know. I don't like using the term occupation. I think that kind of waters down a real word, right? When Syria invaded Lebanon, that was an occupation. They had guards standing on streets, stopping people with checkpoints, right? I think you can call our treatment of Iraq an occupation, but I don't really think our treatment of like South Korea is an occupation, right?
This Grad, if you want to respond to that, I also want to respond.
I do want to respond.
Kobe says, go ahead, you first.
So of course we have like the boogeyman from history, and we have like we know about a better way to organize ourselves through democracy, in a sense, but it's not ultimately true for everyone. If you look at the Native Americans, for example, and their organization of anarcho-collectivistic society, there are examples in history with natives being organized in a different way. Like here, yes, it's a hodgepodge of warfare and feudalism since the dawn of time. Of course, it has a certain way about it that is really violent, and people really have to fight, historically had to fight for any form of power or like self-power. So it's a good question there, like if it's good in one example to bring democracy to a country, but we also have to think about, is it always better? So we have to look at individual examples, in my opinion, when we are talking about if democracy is better for a country than what the current system is.
Oh man, we had a long discussion about that. I see your hand, Comfy. We had a long discussion about that previously. Well, is democracy the best system or not? But to respond to you, Kobe, I guess with like another, looking at the U.S., right? So a country with a supposed democracy, right? Let's say another country had troops stationed here, right? And because the current administration, let's say the Trump administration, says it's okay, right? Let's say it's Russia. I'm kind of memeing here, but like, let's say it was Russia and they had troops stationed here, right? And the current administration says, no, we want them here. But like, we are a very divided country, so it would be fair to say that many other people would not agree, right? Maybe even more people would not agree with the occupation. Does it still be an occupation if more people actually don't agree, even though our democratically elected president says that those troops should be here?
I don't want to like worm out of the answer, but I think I'd have to kind of give the same answer that Greg gave. It's going to be contextual, right? I think if like so in America, so let's like just use an American example. I don't think so. While I do think that's like it's fair to say that like a Trump admin is not representative of like of anything approaching a majority of America. 4 more years, we elected somebody else, right? Like we still do have the ability to choose different people that could do something different. If we're talking about a place like say I don't know like Angola, which has like they have elections, but the ruling party wins by like 99.9% of the vote in some places, right? They're like meme elections. In that place, I do think that maybe your argument would hold a lot more water, because it's like, yeah, the people voted on the government, but the last time they had a re-election was like 10 years ago, and the main guy is still making them do it. So it'd be contextual, but I do think you're bringing up a good situation, right? Or,
and basically, I guess the next step of that hypothetical is that if the Biden administration comes in and he says Russians get out, and they don't immediately get out, then it becomes an occupation, right? Is that what you're saying?
Probably immediately get out would be kind of difficult, but probably. Yeah. For example, I've been really trying to look into it, and I can't find a good reason for why America has not ceded to the Iraqi parliament's request for us to leave. I can't find a good reason. Maybe there is a good reason. Maybe I just can't find. Maybe it's in Iraq, but I can't find a good reason yet. So in that instance, yeah, we need to get out of there. And I'm sure. And I think that if you want to, yeah, we're not. an occupying
So you're
force.
saying there could be superseding, but even if there are superseding reasons, if a country is saying that we don't want troops in our place, right, that would still be an occupation, even if there are superseding reasons as to why they're staying, right?
Yes, yeah, but and then I guess I'd have to get into the murky water of like whether or not it's a just occupation, right?
Yeah.
ISIS probably didn't want us there, but I don't really care what ISIS thinks, right?
Fair enough. Okay. All right. Interesting. I'll go to, excuse me, Comfy, and then Dr. K.
I basically agree with everything that Discarat was saying earlier, so I'm good.
Okay, fair enough. Dr. K.
Yeah, just keep in mind you're never going to write foreign policy doctrine that covers all situations, and there's going to be outliers for everything, right? The moment you write foreign policy doctrine that covers every situation, please let me know. You'll put most of the political scientists out there out of a job. It'll be pretty sweet, actually. They'll finally like get some pussy or something. That said, from my personal view, when it comes to military intervention and when it comes to foreign policy, I'm a socialist. I take the stance that America should, for the most part, keep the fuck out, excepting two extreme circumstances, that being, obvious, and belligerent crimes against humanity, or situations of war of hegemony. That being, a war so large that whoever comes out as victor will essentially be the dictator of a new world order, right? Like those are the only two times I could ever justify the U.S. getting involved. And even then, I've fostered a pretty deep distrust for my country's behavior in the realm of foreign policy. And so I'm not gonna. The benefit of the doubt is against the United States for me, for the most part.
Same.
So
yeah. I have a short comment on that actually. I really like that what Dr. K said. It's completely true, and I think that there is still some form like of enlightened authoritarianism, or some people even call it American exceptionalism, where people believe that they can bring like the enlighten poor countries, like undeveloped countries, and
well, that's
even,
been our justification for decades.
Yeah.
That was the justification we used during the.
I mean, that's the same justification the Chinese are using for in Africa.
Well, here, if I could.
And we can see this over and over and over again, like repeating itself, just repeating, and just ignoring the nation's right to self-determination, basic human rights and freedoms. Which, like, when you
what does self-determination mean? That's the problem, though. Sometimes this is the issue.
Yeah. So self-determination, like in my opinion, is like the nation's right. Like you have to have a culture to have a nation, and then the nation's right to determine their own destiny.
What I was bringing up is like, think about this: does Togo have the national determination to have a nuclear missile? There's something like that, right? Do these tiny nations have the national determination of do anything they want, or is it just this to have their own flag and their own national anthem? It's a complicated question.
It is because we are talking about national security, like international security, and we are talking about then, like, of course, there is a right for countries and even like cultures to determine their own safety and the right to self-determination. But when we go to like a international level, like with atomic, nuclear, like ballistic transatlantic missiles, we would need an organization about that, and that role is currently filled by the UN, which is a problematic institution in itself. So if there would be a democratic institution instead of the UN that oversees like a international cooperation between sovereign states, right? If it would work, that would be a very appropriate way to go about it, in my opinion.
Okay, we'll go to Marx, and then we'll go to Kobe.
Yeah, so like on the general topic of like U.S. military bases, I think it's more of like a nuanced subject. So obviously, like we just closed in the recent decade, like 500 bases in like Iraq, but there's still a lot. So like obviously in like occupation stuff like that, the military bases are probably a bad thing. But I think generally speaking, like when we deploy our troops, if it's cooperative with the country, I think it's a relatively good thing if it's protects our trade with them or protects the country. Like in the case of like the Philippines or like early stage of like Europe, I think it's fine as long as the people want us to be there. I don't really see a problem with that. As far as like, I think Kobe asked, self-determination. Since we have like a globalized world, I do think like the world does have somewhat of a say in what you have in your country, and that's just my opinion. And that goes with every other country, that goes with America, that goes with any European country, everybody. So I do think like it depends. Like as far as nuclear missiles, yeah, I think that the world does have a say.
Okay. Kobe.
Yeah, one of the main reasons I came in here is because I think that like these discussions about foreign policy are really important because the more like we were talking about the other day when we were talking about the ICC, like the more responsibility a nation takes on, the more criticism that nation should get. If a country is going to be the world hegemon, we should be able to field these criticisms. We should be able to field these. But on the other hand, I do think that there is sort of a I don't know. I too much look at things through a realpolitik lens, through like a realist lens. But it seems as if, like Marx is kind of getting at there, the more globalized we become, we're going to just have to have these big organizations, the UN, NATO, whatever the Southeast Asian trade route was or trade thing was called. These things need to exist. Nations are going to have to start giving up more of their national sovereignty to take advantage of these globalized markets, these globalized systems, and part of that is going to have to be, in a perfect world, it would be sort of like a Stellaris like event where all the nations of the world come together and create the National Council of Terran Federation or whatever. But like, I don't think that's going to happen. It's probably what is going to happen is there's going to be a situation where like there's you have a big group like NATO and the UN that maybe, as you already see, kind of merge. Maybe in the future we'll see the UN working more with that Southwest Asian trade thing that was being talked about earlier, right? But somebody has to do it. Is kind of my viewpoint on this. Is like somebody's going to have to just be the guy to go in and investigate war crimes and be able to tell us, okay, did Syria do this, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't. It seems to me like we're never going to find a perfect nation, right? Even if we were to choose someone like Sweden, you can make an argument of being like we're talking about earlier. Sweden, the only reason that Sweden is this wonderful little like haven of chocolate and rich people is because of fucking colonialism, right? They were like in the heart of Europe and didn't get fucked over, and were able to take advantage of all these other nations, right?
Switzerland.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that Switzerland like benefited from like being around these other imperial nations that were able to get fat off of like the riches of the third world, and then was not being invaded, not being taken over. But anyways, that's just a minor point. Anyways, I don't know. I think that we need these organizations. I think we have to have them. While it is true that like America has a bad history, again, like what are the other options, right? I mean, like Turkey, India, China, Russia. I mean, like, I don't know. It doesn't really seem like we can find a good candidate when it comes to having a good history of international politics. So it seems like hopefully, I try to focus on maybe forging a better one in the future.
I wouldn't even put it.
I
as
just wanted to
that
interject
from-
really short. Like, I just want to say goodbye and thank everyone for
It's great
I
talking
don't
to you.
have much time.
Oh, thank you so much.
So thank you again.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me, Prime, and sub to Prime now. Do it.
Thanks
You
so
have
much.
to do it. Just do it.
Thanks so much.
But Kobe, just to respond to you real quick, I wouldn't even put it at that as far as like world hegemon. Obviously, like you can like obviously like a country's like foreign policy past is coming to some account, but I think it's also capacity as well. Like even if we wanted to, like Russia just can't be the world hegemon; they're too weak. And even China right now, since they're rising, like for them to transition officially into a superpower, they're gonna have to export significant like influence beyond their borders, and they're kind of having trouble doing that. So I think it's just like a kind of a lack of choice. I mean, as it currently stands, like I think like America's pretty much the only one that can do
It's
it.
very true. Like for example, I'm sure we all here support whoever can make the most vaccines. Seems that can be China. Is it true that maybe there are probably some Uyghur slaves working on vaccines? That sucks. But yeah, like you said, it's the capacity. No one else on Earth has the fucking factories. They had the factories. We need that fucking vaccine.
Okay. Go ahead. Dr. K.
So as you sort of see the intensification of these international organizations, right? You see a general intensification of people's incentives being pushed to their absolute limit, right? People pushing for absolutely the most of what they want, or not people, but organizations pushing for the absolutist version of what they want, right? You're going to get some of them classic Marxist contradictions forming, right? Where people's interests sort of begin to collide, and some friction is going to form, right? And if you see that sort of intensification, and you see these sort of larger and larger and larger organizations forming, you're going to get sort of this undercurrent of social pressure boiling. Like if you try to push down on a pot lid harder and harder as it boils harder and harder, if that makes any sense. So, I understand that these organizations are going to exist whether I want them to or not, but that should they continue to exist, that they are going to at some point or another exacerbate social tensions to the point of the eventual breakdown of these institutions. And this is just a life cycle of an institution. This isn't me trying to be like, this might happen. This is generally how institutions go through cycles.
Would you concede that it happens, that this effect can happen both ways? That a attempt for an autarky or delinking of a nation can stress these social bounds in the same way?
Yeah, you have to strike a balance.
Okay. Because I would argue that perhaps maybe what happened in Cambodia was an example of this extreme autarky.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with you.
Of course.
So
here,
let me. Yeah. So here's the issue, right? Is currently when it comes to behavior, the world as a whole tends to be a bit too from an international perspective when it comes to production lines and things like that, to the point where it sort of it creates this deeply interlaced system, right? To the point where they cannot be unbound, which has its advantages. It can create peace, but it means that if one piece of the puzzle starts to fall, that you sort of see this, global level fall apart sort of a thing. Look at the stock market crash in the 30s, right? Because the stock markets in Europe and the stock markets in the United States were deeply linked with one another. A crash in one caused a crash in the other, right? And nowadays you have whole food networks and telecommunication networks set up this way as well. And what I push for hard is for sort of not just an import replacement, but sort of an infrastructural localization. You want as much of your production as close to where it will be consumed as possible, in order to keep sort of your production cycles very small. And that way, if there is a failure, you don't see a systems failure, you see a singular failure. In fact, the very first evidence we have of a systems failure is during the Bronze Age, where trade of copper and tin, I think those are the two you need to make bronze, between the early states of the Fertile Crescent, right? Because one had copper and one had tin, when the supplies in one began to fail, right? The supplies of the other began to fail. And really the only instance where we need these globalized networks is when we're talking about resources that cannot be created in the beginning parts of this sort of network, right?
Okay.
Let me ask a quick question here, if I could. Okay. One of the problems that is addressed by globalism is that certain parts of the world have certain there's a term that I can't think of in economics. They have a certain limited access to certain types of goods, right? Sub-Saharan Africa, places in the deserts of Algeria, it's very difficult to get certain things there, while it's very easy to get certain things in I don't know, middle of some other place, right? So my question would be, if we link production to proximity to consumption, aren't we going to have certain areas of the world that just necessarily have significantly less than other places?
Well, yes. The Sahara Desert in Africa has always had a much smaller population density than most of the world. So yeah, there is going to be less produced there overall because it's a fucking desert.
I suppose I wouldn't be comfortable telling a person in Mongolia, being like, yeah, you're probably not going to have too advanced medicine because we're probably not going to be able to build all the factories we need. Yeah, we're probably not going to be able to have this.
Well, yeah, that's why you have trade. I'm not saying undo all trade like anarcho-primitivist shit. I'm saying
production and consumption seems like
minimize your networks to where they are needed, right?
Linking
instead of shipping your medicine, to Mongolia from the United States, or from Spain or wherever, if you can produce it, let's say in Manchuria or in southeastern Russia, produce it there then, right? Because then you're talking about smaller trade networks, you're talking about a smaller carbon footprint, you're talking about less chance for things to go wrong along the way. There's more oversight, there's more ability to hold the producer accountable. This is generally a positive, and economists know this to be true.
Go ahead, you can respond to that, Marks. But I do want to get to respond to the other things that we talked about in the panel, because some people came on here specifically to do that. So I want to make sure they have a chance to talk about those other things that we discussed. But go ahead, Marks.
Yeah. So regarding restricted trade of things like you just need, I don't know actually. So you do have a point. The more obviously the more interconnected we are, and the more dependent we are on other countries. If something were to fail, that's more catastrophic. But to me, I don't know. It just seems like a necessary trade-off, because if we allow these other countries to produce goods for us, that creates jobs for other countries that may not have them, more so than if you just link it down to necessity. I guess a good counter argument could be it could bring more jobs back to the U.S., but I don't know.
It could, it would.
But well, I don't know, technology and all that, but whatever. That's not the argument. As far as general overall net positivity, I don't know. Uh, I to be honest, as far as right now, yeah, I think allowing countries to just fulfill a market in your own country generates the most net positive outcome, unless you're looking at it from a nationalistic viewpoint.
I mean, there is sort of a nationalistic viewpoint when I look at it. For example, there's a problem where countries cannot reuse the seeds they get from American crops because the genes are copyrighted by an American company, thus meaning that they would be liable to a lawsuit if they replanted the seeds, right?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that nationalize those seeds and use seeds from your own country then by simply taking them and reusing these geneticized seeds, tell the American companies to go fuck themselves and produce it in your own country. I feel that's a pretty fair thing to do for as an easy example of there is sort of a nationalist lens to this.
Yeah.
Could I chime in?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's nationalistic if you're keeping trade open. I mean, the point is to keep the genetics of the seeds healthy. We're talking about non-genetically modified organisms at that point. So we're talking about agriculture. It's a totally different thing than markets and trade, and then having needs fulfilled by processed goods in other countries, fulfilling needs in foreign places. I mean, that's incentive for trade. I think the better thing would be to incentivize the locality and healthy businesses for the local area on top of incentivized trade. I think that's the better thing. I don't necessarily think it's nationalistic. It's
here's some other examples, right? Is Coca-Cola should not own the water supplies in Central American countries when Coca-Cola is an American company, right? Because that means that they have a sort of perverse incentive to take profits there and take it back to the United States and not share it with the local population, which they do. There are many towns in Mexico where diabetes has skyrocketed because Coca-Cola has privatized the water supply and essentially sold it back to the people there, right? Other examples include oil, right? A great example with Iran that has ripples to this day. British Petroleum essentially own the majority of the oil wells in Iran, and this pissed off the Iranian people because profits from Iranian oil were going to Britain, not to Iran, and so it was nationalized, and then they killed the guy who nationalized it because he was stealing profits from British Petroleum, but that's a whole long story.
I mean,
there is a nationalistic lens to this. Nationalism isn't always bad.
Yeah, no,
it's not.
Use it very carefully.
Yeah,
Right.
no, my counter argument to that is for the BP oil, that's a part because of imperialism as well. It's not necessarily due
yes, this is a part of counteracting imperialism.
But you could counteract imperialism with just better government foreign policy. And also, as far as as far as like the banana seeds and like South America or what Latin America enough, you could, or like the water situation, you could counteract that as well with like more government regulation. You could still trade with these countries and just say, hey, you can't like own a necessary resource in another country.
Yeah, I
And
believe
as
that
far
Central America should have sovereignty over its water.
yeah,
Like, I don't
yeah,
think
that's
that's too
that's more of a
radical of an idea.
that's more of a government regulation thing, not a trade thing. As far
It's
that's my
both.
point. How?
Because they're stealing the water by trading it
Yeah,
away
and
to
if you
other
had
places.
government regulation, they wouldn't be able to do that while still
Yeah, it is
upholding
it is
trade.
both a trade and a governmental
No,
regulations
it's not.
issue.
As far as the problem, no, you can still Coca-Cola can still have business there, just not have government regulation against privatizing a necessary resource in their country. Like,
You want to
Well,
respond?
but as
part of
far as
getting these countries to the point where they are economically sustainable for themselves, right, is creating viability of currency within their community by making sure that by money
but that
generated within the country stays within the country and goes around and around and around in a big circle rather than being expropriated to the nearest imperialist power, right?
of course,
So
yeah,
yeah, I believe that not only are we talking about the resource itself, but also the company itself's presence there can be a drain on resources for that country by taking the profits earned in that country and taking it back to the home state rather than there, right?
yeah, it can be, but for other countries that
For
don't have
example, Jamaica
necessarily,
has
yes,
many resorts sit in Jamaica, right? And
yes.
the resort companies that make millions and millions and millions off Jamaica will often take the profits earned and send that again back to the United States or Britain or France or wherever the company is based, rather than the enormous wealth being generated in Jamaica going to Jamaicans.
Yes.
This is a
Okay.
pretty worldwide phenomenon.
Yeah, yeah. But you're missing another factor. Some other countries within our capitalist globalist system don't have enough resources on their own to create a significant amount of GDP.
Yeah,
Example,
that's why you trade.
holy fuck, let me finish. Papua New Guinea. As far as bringing manufacturer, U.S. manufacturer, I think even a little bit of Chinese manufacturer, we're able to bring up the GDP of Papua New Guinea by offering them jobs, allowing them to manufacture some of our stuff. I think they do like, I think cars or something like that. I don't remember. But yeah, without like globalized trade or I guess allowing some companies to invest in their country, Papua New Guinea's GDP would be like fucking nothing. And I think it's already a small GDP in general. And as far as like, what was your other example? Like the Jamaican example?
So,
Yeah,
are
the
you
other thing
familiar
about
with the Monroe Doctrine at the end of not Monroe
yes,
Doctrine,
uh,
the one where we rebuilt Europe after World War II, right?
yes, I
In
forget. Yeah, I know what you're talking
Exactly.
about.
Investment into a country and helping them get productive does not necessarily need to be transactional.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. But and again, as far as your like Jamaican example, with the resorts, yeah, that seems like another policy thing. If it is true that the resorts are draining the GDP from your country, the Jamaican government, albeit like British imperialism or
Actually, one of
whatnot,
my previous
could
examples
nationalize
was
their
addressed on
land.
a policy level.
Yeah.
Iran was addressed on a policy level by Mohammad Mossadegh, and what happened is British Petroleum had him fucking assassinated and replaced with the Shah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Oh, wait, are you talking about BP again?
yes.
Yeah, I bet. Apparent. Yeah, again, imperialism. My point by bringing all the at least trying to counteract these examples is that necessarily trade isn't a part of this. Isn't necessarily a bad thing in most of these examples. It's either lack of
Yeah,
government
trade's not a bad thing,
restrictions.
but it can be used for ill, right? And one-sided trade relationships are, and many of these one-sided trade relationships that still
Right.
exist are the former products of
Of an
colonial nations.
Yeah, again, that's my point. Like a lot of the examples you're bringing up are either due to like imperialism or like lack of
Almost all
government
of them will
policy.
be, yes.
Yeah, yeah, that's my point. Like just
It's
global
when a
trade.
hegemonic nation leverages its superior resources to get an unfair deal out of a smaller nation.
Yes, I know what imperialism is. But as
Yeah.
far as yeah, as far as just global trade in general, because your main point was like restricting or tying down resources to only things to things that are only necessary. I don't think that's a thing that needs to
I'm
happen.
not
I think
saying
we're
that.
gonna
I'm saying that there does need to be a general decoupling.
yeah, that
To
was
what
your first
extent?
section.
To what extent that is
Yeah.
up to individual nation states, but like I do believe that there needs to be this general decoupling and shrinking essentially of our trade networks so that we can localize our trade networks.
I
Yeah,
don't.
but,
That's
but
what.
yeah, but
Hold
this
on.
is the issue though, is that like that would cause famines in significant parts of the world. That would cause a
That's why you
underdeveloped
have to
certain
do
parts
it
of the world.
carefully.
I don't think you can do it. Is what I'm saying.
You
Maybe I'm
can.
wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
We
but I don't think, I
existed,
don't think
but
you can do it.
Wait,
we
no.
existed
Okay.
We existed
before
in a time of
globalism.
in a time of famine, in a time of much more resource wars.
Yeah, because
Yes,
we
we've
didn't have
existed.
the products of industrialism at that point.
And part of
Don't we do
industrialism
now.
needs that globalism.
Don't we
right?
also throw out like a third of the food production in
Well,
America?
yeah, that's America. America's not going to be doing the famines. I'm talking about Algeria. I'm talking about places in India. I'm not talking about America. We're probably fine.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead.
Please.
Oh yeah, but not because like your main point, at least from what I remember, is that you want to restrict trade or like cut off trade ties to things that are only like necessary resources. And to me, I
No.
don't think it's as well. What was your
I
original
want to
point?
engage in import replacement on a mass scale, where
Import.
things that we import are replaced with things that are produced locally, and I want that done for as many nations as possible.
Hey, first of
Well,
all,
let me.
we have two people who had joined us. I want to make sure other people get a chance to jump in on this. We have I gotta look at the name because I don't know you. Spicy Syzygy?
Syzygy?
Syzygy. Sure.
Syzygy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I had something to say, but it's gone. So I've kind of forgotten it. So you can pass on.
No problem. But we're thankful to have you here. Sevatar, you've just come in. You always come in with incredibly spicy takes. I'm not sure who your rhetorical gun is being pointed at today. But well, hopefully it's not me, Sevatar.
Yeah, no problem. If I'm getting the topic correct, we are talking about globalization, and people are advocating for like deglobalizing the world, basically. Is that correct, or am I completely wrong?
Yeah, we're kind of getting like decoupling, that kind of stuff. Tying production to as close to where the consumption is, kind of stuff.
Tying consumption to as close as the production is, that would probably have more to do with demand rather than anything else. As long as you have like demand, for example, like if you're in, I guess you can say, let's say you're in New York and you're demanding like avocados or like during the winter or something like that. That's not gonna, it's gonna be pricey for you, but at least you can get it because you have like the networks throughout the United
Yeah,
States.
I've already addressed this. For resources that can't be produced locally, obviously trade is going to be necessitated and should happen.
So wouldn't trade then be a form of global? Like, what parts of globalization in particular are you against?
The imperialist parts of it, where you have these, unbelievably skewed trade relationships between nations.
So wouldn't the answer to that not be not be like deglobalizing, but rather strengthening the institution of the UN to provide more fair trade agreements between?
It would be
various
strengthening
nations?
the institutions of those local countries getting
The
exploited.
institutions of
not
those
the
local countries are worthless in comparison to the country they're making deals with, because the issue here is one country is just a lot stronger than the other one. Without a third party intervening between the two nations that can tell the stronger nation, hey, stay the fuck in line, a bigger nation is either A, going to
Well,
exploit
I'm
the
glad the
smaller
UN
nation.
stopped the assassination of Mohammed Mossadegh. Damn.
It doesn't matter whether or not they stopped the assassination of Mohammed Mossadegh. What matters is, again, you want to strengthen the institution of the UN, not like, keep it how it is. That was like what I was going to provide here as an alternative to just like stop deglobalizing. Because if you like, one, that's not going to fucking happen. Various nations are going to interact with one another, and like
Yeah,
because it's an
of
anarchic
course. I'm
system
not
in which
denying that in
wait,
the
wait,
slightest.
if I could finish, and because it's an anarchic system in which we live in, imperialism is just going to be a reality of how various states interact with one another, unless there's going to be a third party big brother saying fuck off and stop it.
Well, what we ideally
There's a few things that I have a problem with. That is deglobalization. I mean, with today's technology, we can't deglobalize. We're going to be interconnected no matter what.
Yeah,
right?
I'm just granting it. I'm just granting this for the sake of argument.
I mean, the trade part is kind of, I mean, I don't know why we would have to stop trade. It's just that instead of trading with massive corporations and extreme, like, discounts on whatever we buy because we make huge crops of them. We would trade just locally between people on fucking like Facebook and shit, dude. It would be far more like on demand, and then people and local businesses in those foreign countries would actually be able to make more money off of it. Would they not?
Well, no,
Am I
so,
wrong?
That's not what I'm advocating
so,
for.
well, yeah, just to respond to your thing. So I mean, like that's a good idea in ideally, but the problem is you can't trade on Facebook for like COVID vaccines or cancer medicine. Or, like,
that's true.
copper
No, I get
piping,
that.
or, yeah, like
No, I get
copper
that.
piping, right? So like maybe we could
You
do this for, like,
can't trade
PlayStation.
on Facebook for damn near anything.
Locally, you can.
I don't know
It's a
about
lot
you.
of
I got a
fun.
bunch of weed. I mean,
Oh, dude, I got a freaking grandbaby piano for free. I just had to move the fucker, and now I got to get
What
it
the
out.
fuck are we even talking
Yeah, I
about?
don't know
right
what
now?
we're.
like Dr. K is proposing we
lost it here.
deglobalize in order to prevent the form of like economic imperialism, where
I'm
like
proposing import replacement as a salient part one of a cure to wider unbalanced trade relationships.
I just think it'd
No.
be a lot easier to just.
I understood a few of
No.
those words.
The UN.
Yeah, listen, I know
I'm
I'm going full nerd. I'll
Yeah.
stop.
So yeah, I don't know. I kind of might want to move on from this topic.
Oh, I kind of.
Yeah, I really kind of want to move on from this topic.
It's not going to be this topic. But
okay.
If I could ask, it's kind of similar. So like, would you
Don't
guys?
want- I don't want it- I don't want it to be
No,
similar.
it's not like it's not as
economics. I
boring.
don't
I
want
think
it
it's
to be
going to be.
similar.
It's not as boring. I don't think. But you can decide. So would you guys support like cutting off trade with countries we would seem as doing like unethical practices?
Yeah, it's called
like
sanctions.
Like for example, like I'm talking about every single trade, like trade with iPhones with China, maybe some of maybe where we get our food or whatnot, like like everything. Cocoa.
I don't know. I don't know if like I'm all for sanctioning China, but that's for different reasons. I don't know if like the United States population would be okay with that, because it's nice to say, hey, China's doing like genocide against the Uyghurs and they're like doing child labor and shit. Like, stop it. It's really bad. But then when that makes your iPhone cost $3,000, the American population is going, whoa, 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 whoa. What about my iPhone though?
Still buy it.
And isn't this a Destiny argument?
No.
Really?
This is like a basic. This is a basic like. This is like a basic Pew
Sounds
Research
a bit
study,
like
dude.
it.
Well, I mean, like,
you can.
Destiny
This is
argues for
this is just
universal
based.
healthcare. So is that
Well,
a
this is just
Destiny
based
argument too?
upon like how people like or like polling and stuff like that. I mean, human beings, generally speaking, while yes, they're going to be wanting to implement their morality or like onto other people, if it like directly affects them, they're going to have an issue with it. Negatively, anyway. Directly affects them negatively, I should say.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I agree with Sevatar. That, I mean, one, it's problematic just practically to just cut off all trade. Like, and I'm more punitive than a lot of other people when it comes to these types of things, right? But like China, yeah, China does a lot of things wrong. To cut off all trade, that will be disastrous for our economy, disastrous for their economy, and disastrous for our economy. Like if Canada did something wrong, and Canada, I believe, is our #1 trade partner, cutting them off completely, that would be completely disastrous. So
economic double suicide.
Yeah, it's suicide.
Well, yeah, it's two one-legged giants leaning on each other. That's what like, the United States and China is.
I'll play devil's advocate. Are you guys trying to put economies and like profit over the lives and human rights of other people in other countries?
No, I'm trying to put practicality over it. So how I would actually like to deal with the China situation, but not just because of the humanitarian violations. Well, that is a big part of it. There are other parts to it as well. I think we need to go back to what we were originally trying to do under the Obama administration with TPP, and trying to use basically all of our buddies to come together and economically force China to stop doing things. We could also automize the United States industry here and have these various companies move their factories over here to produce their stuff over here, because with automized factories, they're just going to be better than child slave factories.
What? Import replacement? No way.
I mean, I like the sound of that, yeah.
So, okay. Does anyone else want to comment on that?
Nope. Nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Another victory for Sevatar.
I think you rack a lot of L's. Oh, sorry, W's. Excuse me. Here. Go ahead. Kobe, you want to say something?
unless we want to keep on this topic, I actually had a question of something that was briefly brought up earlier, if that's okay.
Yeah,
okay, sure, good.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to address because I know some of the people came on to talk about.
Oh yeah, for sure. Sorry, I didn't want to.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Some people wanted to come on to address something that happened on the previous panel, right? So I'll make sure we get a chance to do all of that, right? So we had two issues. One, we had the fuck. What was our topics? Now I can't even remember. I'm blanking. Hold on. We had
something about Syria or the missile strike with Biden.
Yeah, and that's kind of where we started with this conversation. And then
it started there, and then it went all the way to trade
import.
stuff.
Yeah, I got to keep my audience. I'm sorry, it's really boring. I just kind of move on. Sorry.
That's all good, mate.
Topic 2. We talked about the homicide rates spiking in the U.S. After initial law and crime, and how can police reformers actually ask for these reforms when it seems like after the legitimacy of the police was questioned, well, there was this huge spike in crime, which is exactly what they said they would do. How could you actually convince the public of something like that, of reforming the police when now we're on a crime wave, frankly. So there was that, and then the other topic was the one with the Australian cabinet member who had been accused of sexual assault, of a decades-old sexual assault, and whether he should still be able to hold office if he is found guilty. And beyond that, we kind of went into a whole prison abolitionist topic. So if anyone wants to respond to those things, I want to give you space to be able to do that now, or forever hold your peace.
We could go into like how when it comes to the crime wave spike very recently, it wouldn't necessarily only be due to just like reforms for police, since we would have to see whether or not it happened in those key cities, and if it did, we could take into account other things like, generally speaking, the global pandemic is a factor to consider. But even if we could like put the one-to-one correlation, or just say that this has had a factor in the rise in crime, then we would have to implement smaller reforms while redoing some of the I guess like the PR has a lot of influence when it comes to how we reform the police in particular here. Like the whole defund or abolish the police thing, I think is a PR nightmare, and it's kind of failed overall. It gives the wrong impression to not only police people but criminals as well. And so it would be a lot better to maybe put out a couple of sets of different reforms under a new kind of banner.
Maybe I'm being too like common sensey here, but it seems pretty intuitive that the crime rate would spike because the economy went to the shitter because of COVID. There's a lot more desperate people in every single city in America, right? Who have lost their job, who are being kicked out. It makes sense. I mean, people are going to be influenced to do shitty things, right?
Yeah. On top of that, the divisiveness and the rhetoric and everything. I mean, the whole country has been a fucking kettle pot, you know.
I think what Prime definitely like was hitting on was like, if you are having this like period of time where you're calling for police reform, and then while you're doing that, suddenly crime rates go up. I think that was the issue. It's like it wasn't sort of like the fault of wanting police reform. It was just like, how do we decouple that? How do we sort of tell people like, no, like the like move it for police reform isn't causing high rates of crime. Like how do we like get that? How do we get that message out and actually get that into people's minds that no, it wasn't like actual, because very few places where police reform actually happened.
So you're hitting, and I want to hear what you all are saying. I just want to make sure it's very clear what I was asking. You're hitting the nail on the head, Fab. Thank you for that, because we actually didn't get a chance to discuss this on the previous panel. It went on all kinds of directions, but like not where I actually intended the question to go, right? Because to your regular John Q asshole, right? Like just looking at the news, right? Taking in all these messages, but obviously like surface level, as you get from like local news, from a random person who, according to polls, most of the public believes that most of the BLM protests were violent, when that's not the case, right? But that's what they believe from what they got from the news, right? And so taking all this information in, right, including the fact that police unions were saying, well, if you do these things, right, and you will definitely have a wave in crime, right? Like, this is a thing that's going to happen if you delegitimize us, if you sideline the police, right? And then, of course, you have a political party that was saying that the entire time, saying that if this questioning the legitimacy of the police that ends in anarchy, right? Pointing to what happened in Seattle, the autonomous zone, right? And saying that, like, oh well, look, like all kinds of crazy shit happened there, right? This is what happens when you silence the police. Now, I'm not saying any of those arguments are fair, but I'm saying that John Q. Random Asshole would find that quite convincing, right? Like,
yes.
So
what are you talking about? I mean, Portland is literally destroyed. It's on fire.
That's true.
Come on.
I will graciously grant my my argumentative genius to the. Oh yeah, you want to shout that out first?
No, but yes, I got to. Hold on. Thank you, thank you, Stephen, for being so kind as to give us this massive raid. 1,360 people here from this stream. Hello, Destiny's Crowd. My name's Prime. You may have seen me on his stream previously, right? Well, I mean, not him on my stream previously, anyways, right? Yes. Hi. We do these panel shows all the time. Right now, we're doing an open panel show where honest members can join and participate. That includes you. Yes, you at home. You can participate in exactly what we're talking about. Right now, we're talking about the police narrative and how that intersects with the fact that there's a massive crime wave that the U.S. is going through, as was borne out last year, right? And how can you actually say defund the police in that environment? That's what we're talking about right now. If that sounds interesting to you here, do me a favor right now. Hit the follow button, hit the notification bell to know when I'm going live. 6 days a week we give you content, and a whole lot of content 6 days a week. Now, earlier today we had our referee panel where we get a whole bunch of big streamers in there, including Steven, has been there previously, including Vosh, including Bastiat, who was here today, right? And with Mike from PA, we get people, big people who come in for that panel. We had a really good time. It was a really spicy panel. You missed it. I'm sorry. It breaks my heart. You missed it. It shouldn't have happened, right? You can fix it. Hit that follow button. Hit that notification bell to know I'm going to go live. Tomorrow we're going to have...
Also, real quick, also, if you did miss it, you can catch the highlights tomorrow on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. We do have a YouTube channel, exclamation YouTube. Thank you, Eagle Eye Valor, for doing that in chat. Exclamation YouTube. If you have missed it, right, and you desperately want to see that panel, and you desperately do want to see it because we talked about a whole lot of stuff. It was extremely spicy, right? If you don't want to miss out on it, go to YouTube and subscribe. We're having a whole push for that. But beyond that, of course, tomorrow there's more stuff for you. We'll have our Amazon Lily panel, which is our woman, female focused type panel, where it's less blood sportsy, but like we actually usually like get a consensus on things, right? And change minds. That's interesting, right? That's a new field. You've never seen that before on Twitch, right? So that's something that happens on Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern. On Thursdays 8 p.m. Eastern, we have our All Black Everything panel at 8 p.m. Eastern. Yes, again, it is really chill, really fun. We yell at each other a lot, but we're still good friends. It's a really good hangout stream. I think you'll really appreciate that one. Definitely different feel to anything else that I do. And of course, on Saturdays, we have our Prime Time Royale. Our Prime Time Royale. If you missed the Austin Show / Roger Royale from the past, we brought it back for you, but with a political spin. If that interests you here, do me a favor, hit that follow button, hit that notification bell to know when I'm going live, because we don't want you not to miss any more of these things. We're putting these things on YouTube, right? As our good friend Eagle Eye Valor just said, but like it's not quite the same. You want to be in the chat, seeing being part of the excitement, right? So to do that, hit that follow button, hit that notification bell right now. Don't miss out again on any more spicy panels or any more great political takes. Now is the time to jump in. Right this moment, do it. What else am I? Is that it?
And throw a subscription to Prime Kai on Twitch.
Yeah.
If you've got a Twitch Prime, go ahead and it's a free $5 little thingy, right?
Toss that money away. Exactly. It does. But I thank you all for being here. Thank you again to Steven for being so kind as to join up with us. Hopefully we can get him on a future show. Oh, and I haven't forgotten. I am definitely going to debate him on the whole money and politics thing. I haven't forgotten about that. I just haven't had time to study. I'm going to study first so I don't embarrass myself. But yes, that's the thing that's going to happen. If you want to see that happen, well, that'll probably also happen on his channel, but it'll happen on this channel as well. So hit that follow button, hit that notification bell so you don't miss out. Okay. Kobe, you're gonna say something?
I think you're getting the notification bell from YouTube mixed up.
Oh, yeah. No.
To,
I mean, but yeah, but there's a notification bell here, right? But like, people turn it off. People turn it off.
Is there really?
Yeah, there's a notification.
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah. So like to recenter the conversation really quickly, how do you market the idea of a significant police reform? Defund the police, maybe even abolish the police, ACAB. How do you market these in a context of a crime wave? While I am not very sympathetic to the ACAB argument, I will graciously lend my argumentative skills to it. I would argue it like this. I think that if you're going to be arguing for a refunding, a reshaping of our police department in an age of a crime wave, I would probably point out, look at the way that the police actually responded to these instances of high crime. And when the very few protests that turn into riots happened, which is very, very, very few, 95% were not, but in the instances in which it did, the police did either nothing or attacked peaceful protesters and shot tear gas at mothers, basically, was their response. Even in a era of crime wave, of a crime wave, having this sort of militarized police force doesn't seem to actually solve or address the problem. It seems that when they are confronted with crime, they do not actually address it in any kind of reasonable way. They address it with violence, and they address it with agitation, and they address it with what's it called, escalation, which is something that I'm assuming a person who's worried about the crime wave probably doesn't want.
Yeah. So how much of this crime wave is actually attributed to the protests, and how much
doesn't
is
matter.
like
The reality
like,
of this, so the reality of the situation doesn't matter. Like what caused the crime wave ultimately doesn't matter. We're going into like the PR of it.
No,
How
I
do
think
we?
his question was like, is the crime wave like counting like instances of crimes in the riots, or is it like Joe down the street robbing my grandmother? Like, what is the crime increase?
Does it matter in the context of whether?
Well, it does kind of, right? Because increases in crime rates are often due to like socioeconomic status of large amounts of people dropping, right? Like,
but this is not how the average Joe person thinks about these problems. What they think about is that, well, on the news, they were saying we're going to defund the police, and then the police were not there, and people be doing crimes. Why is that? That's what the thought process is. We have to address that thought process. People say defund the police, people yell at police officers, people say ACAB, and now there's a crime wave. That's the correlation people are making, and we have to address that. Even though it's not a very good correlation, that is what the average person is going to make.
But one of the best ways to address that is to educate people. And if you look at the poor economic communities where crime rates are the highest, one of the things that people tend to do is to ignore the fact that one of the best predictors of crime is lack of resources. So that's why during this COVID era, where people have overwhelmingly had a lack of resources, crime has increased. So you need to educate people for that. And the part of the reason why they're hesitant to make that the main point is because people don't want to address that when it comes to inner city minority communities, to make that a point that, hey, the reason there's so much crime here is lack of resources, but they'd rather pin it on those people having bad intentions, those people having that as part of their culture. They want to make all these other reasons, but lack of resources, you take away resources, any group, anywhere, you're going to get more crime.
That's the thing, though. I don't think like I'm sure to some extent you can like educate the population, but like we've been trying to do this for like half a century now. Like this is started like the civil rights movement and during during the war on drugs and all that. Like we black people and like just like movements in general have been trying to say, hey, the reason why we have such a high crime rate in these areas is because there's a lack of resources, and still the populace is like don't care, see high crime done by African Americans do high crime, end of story. Like it's just like I don't know how much more you can really educate.
But I think that's a minority voice, the people trying to educate them. I don't think that's the main voice, and that's the problem. If that was the main point, then defunding the police, not abolishing it, but defunding and taking some of that money instead of putting it into policing these people and punishing them more, if that money was to give them more resources, then you would see a decrease in crime.
So,
and also like the homicides rate going up, right? Like that points to mental health issues, right? People need to be addressing which they can't afford or that sort of thing, right? So, yeah, I don't know where I was going.
How do we?
Go ahead, Marks. Then I want to go back to Kobe as well.
Yeah, because I want to preface, like, I obviously agree with everything you guys are saying. I'm just trying to think, like, how exactly, like, do we market this, or like, can we market it fast enough to like save kind of like the defund the police or ACAP, like, or whatever movement, or do we have to kind of reorganize and create a new group off of the ashes? Like,
I think
don't
we
know.
need to like reorganize completely. Like the whole ACAB thing is just like really, really bad PR. It's
Yeah,
not
I
very
agree.
useful whatsoever. The whole defund or abolish the police is also it's like in the same vein. So it's again ultimately here we're trying to focus on what is and is not pragmatic, and it's just simply not pragmatic to like get rid of the. It is pragmatic, sorry, to get rid of these old kind of hashtags and movements and replace them with something that is just better and more practical to get our wants across. Now, for those people who actually just want to like abolish the police or like quite literally defund the police instead of like reform it, shift around money into it, that's a different conversation. I'm for like shifting money around to an extent, but like some of the reforms that people are advocating for require more money. So it's kind of strange that people advocate for stuff that is one just not practical. It has really shit PR and is kind of counterproductive.
Also, one of the problems I think that we're having, like, within, like, this, like, new sort of civil rights era is that I'm sure there's some, like, federal policy we can make that can fix, like, some niche, like, police brutality issue, but I think now since, like, I guess systemic racism is more of, like, a local issue, not necessarily a national issue, I think I don't know. Can anybody here like recognize like tell me like a federal policy that's being done that like enacts like police brutality? I think it's more of like a local thing, like state thing, you know.
Well, maybe not police brutality specifically on the federal level, but in terms of systematic racism, that's on all levels, right?
Yeah, I
Okay.
guess yeah. I should narrow it down to police brutality.
Okay, fair enough.
Because
I mean, the federal government doesn't do policing unless you're talking about
Yeah.
the FBI or ICE.
that was my point. I think that's like one of like the hills we're still trying to overcome because we can't exactly mimic the civil rights movement since it was like more
So
like out in the open.
I need to push back against Savitar. And I don't want to straw man you, of course. So Savitar, I want to get your point correct. Are you saying we shouldn't be pushing narratives like or ideas like defund the police because of quote unquote optics? Is that what you're saying?
No, well, maybe I wasn't the best at putting it forth. I believe that the terms defund the police, abolish the police, and ACAB are all just not only from a PR perspective, just a nightmare. I disagree just with the even message of like abolish the police and ACAB. I agree to an extent with defund the police and the message of defund the police in the sense that I want to reallocate funds to different areas. But overall, like abolish the police, I disagree with. ACAB, I completely disagree with. Yeah, if you want to like do these things, it's better to like do it. This is politics. PR matters, even though the left is kind of shit at it.
So I just
well from a sorry.
I'll go to you next, then I'll go to Comfy, then I'll go to Kill, who's kind enough to join us. So I think all cops are bad is simply. Oh, maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe other people look at it differently. It's possible. Maybe I don't have my.
I thought it was all cops are bastards.
Bastards too. Same. Yeah. Okay. Sure. I always thought that was more of a slogan more than anything else, right? A rallying cry, right? Because we have decades and decades of propaganda, right? Coming through our media, talking about how cops are this amazing force, are the good guys, right? And that I think, rightfully so, there needs to be a recalibration within our society as to what we actually think of these people, and what the jobs they're actually performing, right? So I think all cops are bastards is like a rallying, like again, kill all men. In terms of like a feminist rallying cry, like are they actually advocating to kill all men? No, surely not, right? And I think most people, most reasonable people would say that like if you an individual cop is not a bastard. I don't think Counterpoints, who's kind of to join us, who's an ex-cop, right, is a bastard, right? I don't think he is a particularly bad person, but that he was serving a terrible system. So like that's why I think these messages have their uses, right? Now, can you say they turn off normies? Well, yeah, but lots of things turn off normies. They're very skittish, right? They're very skittish people. But like, I think it opens up a larger conversation that would not have been there otherwise. So that's where I think that has its place, right? Kobe, I see your hand.
Yeah, I would. This is why I disagree with that. Specific on ACAB, not on defund the police.
Okay.
Right? Which is that. We've talked before. You know my problems with defund the police. I find them to be a little more complicated. Some places need more funding.
Sure.
But I would argue that the problem is that there are people that absolutely mean ACAB. They mean every single cop is complicit. Every single cop. There was this conversation that happened last night on Ico stream, where this exact same conversation, where half the room was saying what you're saying, and the other half of the room were saying, well, no. Actually, every cop, we need no police officers. The problem is I think that defund the police just doesn't allow for that narrative to happen. Okay. Defund the police obviously is set a sort of based on the premise that we need police officers. But while ACAB allows that idea of the abolish the police, which is just rhetoric nightmare. The thing is, with I don't think that comparing it to kill all men is that good, because there are very few people that will actually say, no, I actually mean kill all men. There are people that will actually say, yes, every single cop is a bad person, right? Kind of thing.
Okay, so all right, but you said two different things there, right? And don't worry, I've seen your hands, guys. I will get to you. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. But you said two different things there, and these we have to separate, right? One, all cops are bastards, meaning bad people, right? I'm technically a bastard. So there's that. But yeah, all cops are bastards, and all cops are complicit. Those are two different things, right?
It's very true.
I think all cops are complicit. I think you are complicit within the system.
Sure, I agree there.
Yeah.
That's true. I conflated that too much there.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to
Studica? I was thinking of a specific sign I remember I saw during the protest that was like a woman that was sitting on the ground that said, even your uncle and your Mima or something like that is a bastard. So that's a funny sign, but I don't think that sells too well.
So like this is like the other point of it that I sort of like I disagree with Kobe on, where if I'm like over talking, pull me up, please. But where it's not about who says it, it's about how people receive it, right? Because information isn't so much about how we read it, because if you read like postmodern literature, there's the idea of like the death of the author, the message is going to be passed what you say. It's all about interpretation versus intention, and the interpretation of all cops are bastards isn't that like, oh, we're talking about like a complicit system. We're talking about my uncle's a cop and he's not a bad person. What the fuck, right? All politics happen on an incredibly local level. People vote with their gut for the most part, right? Like 99% of people aren't reading policies. They're hearing like things and saying what they feel, right? And to them, hearing all cops are bastards or even all cops are bad at the charitable level, right? It is going to like turn these people off these kinds of reforms, in my opinion, anyway.
But this is the thing. This is the optics game, right? This was the optics question that started this
I
conversation.
have my hand up, by the way. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. I haven't forgotten you. I haven't forgotten everyone else.
Yeah, I cut in. I was being rude. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But now that you have been rude, I'm going to have to address this real quickly. Before I move on to the other two who've been waiting quite patiently. And then Sevatar after that. Yeah. So I hear you. You're absolutely right. I don't disagree with your point. That it can turn off people. Oh yeah, but my uncle or whatever the fuck is is a cop. He could be a bastard too, but he's a cop, right? And he's a nice guy. Yeah, sure. But I think there's the same argument against. Oh boy, Fanatiq is here. Oh boy, here we go. I think this is the same argument against defund the police, right? And that like, oh, I don't like this slogan, right? But this is with the same fucking argument against Black Lives Matter, though, right? This was literally the same argument. It was like, why don't you temper it, right? Like, so that white people can feel more comfortable. Why don't you temper it so that normies will feel more comfortable? White people with cops in the family, right?
I think that so I think that with the defund the police and Black Lives Matter, I think that like there's like there's like a really famous line from Reagan, and I think Reagan was really, really good at politics. I hate the guy, but he was really good at politics. And he said, if you're explaining, you're losing, right? And I think with like defund the police and Black Lives Matter, both of those are like, well, Black lives don't matter, like all lives don't matter until Black Lives Matter. I thought that was like a great slogan that was like a good retort that everyone knew, that helped solidify around Black Lives Matter. And similarly with defund the police, I don't think it's like hard to say, I'd rather the money go to like social workers because we expect too much of the cops. It's a quick explanation and nails it on the head, I think, right? Whereas that like I think like with All Cops Are Bastards, I think it's a very visceral like, well, I have this person in my life and they're not a bastard, right? And it's going to give that very hit reaction because it's personal. It's not political anymore. It's personal.
All right, let's go to Spicy. He's been waiting, and then Comfy, then Savatar, then Marks, please.
Yeah, well, firstly, I think like that's partially why it's so effective. You're not going to create a slogan that people aren't going to listen to, and one of the ways you can get people to listen is by being kind of controversial, right? So all cops are bastards. Like some people are going to have a visceral reaction to that, and that's part of the point. And
that's kind of the purpose, right?
Yeah.
But why are they listening? People listened to the Charlottesville protesters after they said Jews will not replace us, but they weren't listening for the right reasons. They were listening because they were appalled. That's the problem that's what I'm worried about, right? And this is what the whole topic about the crime wave is, right?
Yeah, I guess so. And then to the point about like PR, I guess realistically you have to be able to point to the systems that are failing and show why they're failing so that people can understand, right?
So like most people already support like police reform, like a very, very broad majority of people across both like spectrums already support police reform. People already know there's a problem, right? What Defund the Police is talking about is how do we address that problem?
I think what
Yeah, so a
Prime...
couple.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, you can go, Fab. I've already spoke.
I think what Prime was sort of touched on at the beginning was that these kind of slogans that are jarring, like sort of like "kill all men" or "all cops are bastards" or something that are like very jarring to mom and pop on watching Fox News, is it gets people jarred and they're like, "What the heck are you talking about?" And it sort of almost breaks down the door and gets you in the room to be able to then talk about the subject. So when we started hearing people chanting "defund the police," then you had people on the news of like, whatever panels on news stations being like, well, what do they mean by that? And then they had actual real discussions on what the actual like talk about defunding the police means. So that's why I think it has its utility, is it brings the topic to the front of like sort of having very bombastic slogans, then gets people thinking of like, what do you mean by that? And then you're able to actually explain it to them.
Okay.
Yeah,
so no, we'll get to you after our good friend Comfy here. He's been waiting quite patiently. Comfy.
Yeah, so a couple of points. Everybody's got really great, not just insight, but like I like the takes that I'm hearing. The difference between defund and abolishing the police. I think it's a good difference to make at the very least, to be aware of it. And I do think that a lot of normies don't know the difference. I think a lot of normies do think that when they say ACAB, they mean that all of them are bastards, and that some people are going to take offense to that. What I'm actually more concerned about is going to be the response to whatever the consensus is. I don't know if there's ever going to be a federal level to this. It's all very local. I mean, it's police departments for every city, every town, every district or county. And I'm more worried about like the retaliation if we don't make a conversation with the police. I think that that's something that hasn't really been done. I know nobody wants to talk to them, but if we just abolish them, then that's just a bunch of people who are going to support Trump in exactly the way that they did, Whereas if you defund them, you have a chance where you can have a dialogue, converse with them, tell them, hey, look, we're going to change things. We're not going to take away your job. We're going to change the way that you execute the job. And now you can actually protect and serve rather than, bully and scare people. Like, nobody likes getting pulled over, but if we can change the way that feels somehow over the next like decade, because I don't know if that's going to be a fast thing. I don't think it will be. Then that'd be better in my opinion. I don't know.
Savitar?
Yeah, so there's a lot to unpack here. So I like how everybody brought up how this, in the context of the conversation, we're talking about how we can promote these ideas of reforming the police to the random QAnon supporter Joe or whatever. I was about to say something I probably shouldn't have said. Yeah, and then we're talking about like, so when it comes to ACAB,
makeup works really well.
Sorry.
I think he's talking to his girlfriend.
Yeah.
So when it comes to ACAB, kill all men, I believe they are both like super awful like slogans or rallying cry. Many people not only are shocked by these things, but they make fun of them. They put them in bad lights, and it's just again, as everyone has brought up, a PR nightmare. There are ways you can promote complex ideas such as reforming the police, bringing up how police are complicit, like all cops are complicit is a much better slogan than all cops are bastards or bad, while addressing the same problem. 1 second here. I think what the thing is, like, while human rights are like what the most important thing we need to talk about here, like people's human rights are being violated, people are being murdered and stuff like that. But we can have both addressing these issues and promoting these issues in a practical and effective manner while also having good PR. And I think PR is like one of the practical things or necessities in order to get your point across. When I don't like comparing like the slogan Black Lives Matter to kill all men and all cops are bastards. I think there are clear differences between these slogans and Black Lives Matter. Furthermore, I think, like, again, just to promote different slogans are just better, as Prime brought up earlier, is all cops are complicit. That's a much better slogan than all cops are bastards. It gets the point across better. It could bring up the same complicit in what, and that starts the conversation, so on and so forth. I like how someone also brought up like many of these slogans are similar to Jews will not replace us. Yeah, sure, it got a lot of people like talking, like, what are you talking about, the Jews and stuff like that? This seems really bad. But it also like pointed at, man, these guys are a bunch of fucking like Nazis and racists. In the same way that people can bring up like all cops are bastards or abolish the police, man, these guys are a bunch of fucking anarchists, like in Chaz and stuff like that. Like, these guys are
They're not
crazy.
anarchists. They're not anarchists.
No, it doesn't matter. Wait,
yeah.
so again, it doesn't matter like the truth, Prime, because we're talking about like how do we convince Q Joe or the people on our side? Like, and someone last point before I let it go, I love how someone brought up like how a bunch of these police officers and military voted for Trump, and that's a thing I think we need to like address here. We barely won 2020. We lost House seats. We barely won the Senate, and we got the presidency. We still don't have the Supreme Court. When the midterms come up, we'll see whether or not we keep the Senate. I doubt it. So we're at a stage here where I think we need to be both practical and maintaining the stance on we need to push human rights. I think we can do both.
So I see your hand there, Fanatic. Don't worry, we'll get to you. And your very spicy takes, because I know how you feel about all this, buddy, and I'm happy to have you here, of course, as always. But to Savitar, talking about these slogans. Okay, so like that statement, I think it was maybe from Reagan, like if you're explaining, you're losing, right? Or maybe someone from Reagan's team, I don't know. But like that's a really good one. It's really good. But. Let's if you don't like comparing ACAB to BLM, right? Then what about Antifa, right? Anti-fascist, right? Anti-fascist, like straight and to the point. Antifa, anti-fascist. What are we against? We're against fascists, right? Are you for fascists? No, I don't think you're for fascists, right? But still. Despite all that, right? Because of the media and because how they've been portrayed, right? Yeah, a lot of people think they're terrible. They are the biggest problem here, not literal fascists in the streets, right? So my problem is that like this is what happens when you base your strategy, right? Like off of what like the other side will do. Right. This is my big contention. This is my big contention. Fanatic. He's heard me say this argument many times before. Right. Basing your strategy on what the other side they do. The other side is going to do what it does. Right. Like they are going to be against you. They're going to use all their tools that they have to discredit you. Right. And the other side has the media. Right. They have the media on their side. Right. The media that's more than willing to discredit the left. Like at any opportunity. Right. And so yeah, you can have an anti-fascist movie that's going up and fucking punching, we don't encourage this of course, but punching white supremacists in the face, that even they are vilified, right? And they are characterized within their media, right? So like this is why I'm so worried about these fucking slogans, right? Does that make sense to you, Savitar?
No.
Savitar, did you hear me?
Or who's responding?
It was me. I was asking, does it make sense what I just said?
It makes sense. Well, it kind of makes sense. I wouldn't compare like Antifa again to these things. Well, I don't believe Antifa is basing their strategies and their naming and their branding based upon what the other side will do. I just think Antifa is doing what they believe is right, and they don't give a shit what the other people like portray them as. I would kind of compare Antifa actually kind of to, well, kind of to like the slogan "America First," in the sense that what, you're not for the United States? Are you not for America?
Well-
Even though America First has a bunch of negative connotations to it, and like we can read it between the lines of like what Trump is actually saying. The average Q Joe, again, because we're talking about how do we sell this stuff to Q Joe, he's not going to read into the lines of like America First and what that actually means and what are the actual ramifications for
Sure.
that.
So let's go to Kobe, and I think you mean John Q. Public. That's what I was trying to say, not Q Joe. John Q. Public. But go ahead.
I have a
I'll be back.
slightly
I'll go after
different
Kobe.
push.
Sure.
I have a slightly different pushback on that. So, while I don't think it's similar to America First, this is what I would think. You said that we shouldn't base our movements off of what the opposition does, but you brought up Antifa as an example, which is literally that, right? It's like literally it's like an organization that's surrounded about confronting a specific political movement. I actually am, while I am extremely sympathetic to what Antifa does, many about the organization that she does, these mutual aid things, confronting fascists, counter protesting KKK, I'm critical of the usage of the term because it is a lot more easy to create this kind of popular front against fascism when there is an overt fascist running, like in Indonesia, where they had an anti-fascist movement, or in Germany. We don't have that. While Trump is definitely a proto-fascist, pseudo-fascist, whatever you want to call it, people don't still, if still even Nazis will bring up the fact in America, even white supremacists will bring up the fact that we fought Nazis as when they do American exceptionalism. I don't know. That'd be my critique. That I just don't know if it's that effective to John Q. Public right now. I'm not sure if it's as divisive as America First. I wouldn't push back there.
So let's go to Marx and Fanatic.
Yeah, so my whole point, like, I don't really have a problem with radical movements. I just look at it as like, I guess, kind of the utility of like what your goals are. So, like ACAB, like since you're talking about it as like a rallying cry, my problem with it is that it's often connected with more popular movements like BLM and defund the police. Like even at the height of like George Floyd, defund the police had a decent amount of support, and BLM had the majority of support of Americans. I'll drop a poll in the chat: 60%. 7% of support for Americans. So the problem with ACAB is that yes, it can open the door for conversations with people that care. The thing is that like with slogans, because PR does matter, like it turns a lot of people off to like movements. And like since it's not really accomplishing anything policy wise, I just don't see the need for it, since it turns off most of the people you would want to support. Like for instance, if I wanted to create a movement that wanted that to stop American imperialism, I wouldn't create a movement that says all Americans are devils. Like that would just turn most of the population off. And especially if I'm not actually like unified and trying to push a policy, it's kind of like useless, you know? Like and another example, like again, the Black Panthers, just to compare another radical movement. Even though they weren't necessarily liked, the Black Panthers, and they didn't pull like a lot of support, their utility, what they did for the Black community by like spreading knowledge of like being armed, I think that was a good enough excuse. I just don't see that with ACAB.
We'll go to
Until
Fanatic.
our
and
good
then
buddy Reagan restricted their gun rights.
we'll go to Fanatic and then Kyosan.
Yeah, I think. Look, man, I remember going into your panel on All Black Everything thing that airs on Thursdays at 5 p.m. Eastern. I remember being there and having a conversation, and that was one of my talking points. That I felt like the left was so bad at like slogans and so on and so forth. I think I've just become a lot more cynical, I guess, because I kind of just don't care about any of that stuff anymore. I've come to the conclusion that they don't care about the left doesn't really need to worry about slogans because the right's not really like worried about actually engaging. I think Black Lives Matter was a perfect slogan. I think it very, very clearly like elucidated exactly what our frustrations were, and obviously we felt like Black lives, like it seemed as if Black lives didn't matter to police officers and the country at large and all of that, and they like literally turned that into an all lives matter thing. And it's not a matter of them not being able to understand what Black Lives Matter meant, because then they turned around and immediately started using Blue Lives Matter. They started using Blue Lives Matter while simultaneously rejecting Black Lives Matter because they felt like it was exclusive, and saying that no other lives matter, but Blue Lives Matter, which isn't a life, it's an occupation. So it's not about sloganism. They're not genuinely trying to engage. It's like those people that come into a podcast and refuse to actually engage in a hypothetical. So I've given up on the whole idea about trying to worry about sloganism. I really feel like it's an each one teach one kind of situation. You got to deal with individuals. The problem is most of the time Republicans don't actually want to engage in actual debate. They don't actually want to engage in panels. They don't actually want real discussion because they don't really have too many legs to stand on. But I mean, to be fair, cancel culture, there's no redemption from cancel culture. So you go into a panel with your Republican takes, you're shamed. There's no actual conversation to be had in most cases. And then if you're ever canceled, it's like, oh, I can never come back for this because I will forever be branded. I'm wearing a scarlet letter that's completely inextricable. Or it's just, what do you do at that point, right? So I mean, I don't know. I think slogans, all of that stuff is nonsense. I think defund the police, when they started saying that people wanted to completely get rid of the police, like to abolish the police, I remember having to look that up. Like, is that an actual thing? And then I discovered, yeah, it is an actual thing. But then there was very clearly a distinction between defund the police and abolish the police. But I didn't care about that. All they heard was abolished, that people wanted literally zero police. And I think they're going to do everything they can to mischaracterize everything. I think sloganism is trash. It doesn't change anything, even though I mean, it's something that you can probably pick up if you so desire. I don't think it'll be effective one way or the other.
To kind of push back against that, I don't think like you do have a point. Like no matter what, Republicans are gonna like turn it around you. But like I tried to make a distinction between like ACAB and BLM because BLM at the height of the movement it was popular, even with all the like the Republican propaganda that tried to like turn on itself. Like it was definitely more popular than like Blue Lives Matter and stuff.
When
My
was
whole
this?
Pew Research, I put it in chat. At I believe at June it pulled at 67%, and even in September it pulled at like
Okay.
55%.
That's a bad no, that doesn't count though. Like
Why?
after George Floyd, we had like literal global support. But you got to
Yeah.
recognize BLM started in 2013, and for
Yeah.
like 6 years it was demonized, and it never had numbers even close to that. It only got numbers when there was the most egregious, objectively awful example in our face by someone kneeling on someone's neck for 8 minutes and 14 seconds, and we had literal protests all around the freaking world, and every single state within our union had actual large-scale protests.
Oh yeah, no, that's the thing with like most.
That's not
No, no.
an example of BLM being a supported thing. That's
Right.
an example of people just finding a reason to rally behind something. The most clear, elucidated rejection to the George Floyd situation.
Wait, yeah, that's the thing with like most civil rights movement. Like you can do that back to the earlier civil rights movement. Like there weren't people marching like every day in the civil rights movement. When you got like massive like white support, it was usually during like mostly tragic events, like like that. I forget that thing, like that Alabama thing where like police officers shot a whole bunch of protesters. I forget the name, but yeah, that's usually happened with a lot of things. So why I bring up like BLM is that when these tragic events do happen, it is important to utilize like that type of energy in the most productive way possible. That's why I kind of push back against like the ACAB movement is because it seems to be like kind of like a poison to like BLM, to more charitable, to like more digestible movements.
Okay, really quickly, why was BLM not successful for the 7 years prior to George
No, that's
Floyd?
no. I'm saying it is, but like but I'm talking specifically when you have like these surges of like popular support amongst like moderates.
So hold on,
So that's the point.
Fanatic, I want you to respond. Hold on, just real quickly, Kobe. If you could do me a favor and take over for me. After our good friends Fanatic and Marks work this out, please go to our go to Kyosan, and then Cutsleeve, who's up there, who's new. Hello, nice to meet you. But take over for me for just a quick second. I'll be back.
And I'll go out to cut sleep then, if that's okay.
I would love to keep on and talk about this all the time, but I'm gonna have to watch the VOD because I have to sleep at some point. So thank you all for having me.
Thank you for coming on.
Appreciate it. I stream in
Sleep is
midday,
for the
so
weak.
look for me.
Bye.
All right. So look, it really boils down to this. If you're going to try to judge like the quality of a slogan based off of a surge that happens related to something that's abjectly bad and like egregious and like very transparent and was highly televised and highly supported, I think it's almost like it's just not honest, right? And I'm not calling you as being a bad actor. I'm saying it's logically untenable, right? Because if you have 7 years of a slogan being completely unsuccessful, and then we have this really violent act, and then there's a surge and a rally behind the thing, I feel like it would be fair to say it wasn't the thing that was successful. It was that this thing was so egregious, and this was the only thing that people were really familiar with to rally behind. But the slogan itself, I wouldn't attribute any success to the slogan itself, because the slogan wasn't the successful thing. It's just the optics of George Floyd's murder was just so egregious.
No,
So
okay.
I'm gonna.
Okay,
Okay, sorry. No, no.
I wanted to get Mark to respond. We'll go to Kiyosan. I'll go to Cutsy. We'll go to Bird Lawyer.
Yes, I agree with you to some extent, right? But what your goal is, at least for what I would intuitively think your goal is, when you do have these surges, is you want to retain the most amount of people supporting you when that surge does die down, because obviously most of the supporters are going to go away. But you do want to gain the most amount of people you can, so that you can constantly fight throughout the years, right? And what, again, going back to my point, is that BLM does an excellent job of that. I think BLM, you hit it out of the park with that, not only with like actually doing activism, but just grabbing people onto your movement. My old problem is like people with not organizations, but slogans that definitely turn people off, is that they're often connected to BLM, and they don't really serve like a utility for the world, for like ACAB.
Okay. Let's go Kiyosan. We'll go Cutsleeve.
So I'll front load the first point, and then I'll go to the BL, because I disagree with Fanatiq on the thing. So first, I just want to say that I thought it was really interesting that Prime, and I feel like Max is not here, but it was the lineup between Antifa and BLM, right? Because it like ignores an external position on this, which is violence. People really don't like violence, right? It's not popular, civil like movements that incorporate violence are just less successful on average than those that do, right? And one of the things that saw a large significant, it's absolutely true. You can read Why Civil Resistance Works, okay? So
Putting a free download in the chat right now.
Yep. So while one of the things that took a nosedive for BLM on support was the incorporation of violence, and one of the reasons why Antifa isn't seen as positive is because of the violent connotation, right? And on the point of like Black Lives Matter not being good for 7 years, it actually gained steady support over time. And specifically, the opposition to BLM went down over time. I posted a source in the VC chat, so if you want to have a look at Fanatiq, you can. I'm not sure how reliable this source is. I'll be fair. This isn't like Pew, but Pew does have like similar data to this, but only for 2020, 2019. Now, what the big thing was that it saw opposition to it go down significantly, right? I think it went down over those years, something like 12 points, 13 points. And the approval rose slightly, but so did the apathy to it, right? Now, the opposition was the big one, right? And it took a nosedive. Actually, didn't even take a nosedive during the support. People moved from neither support or oppose to support after the George Floyd killing, right? So it seems like the activists over time and the slogan itself was actually gaining some success steady, right? Because obviously political movements don't happen overnight. It's like a several-year thing, especially since people were able to identify that immediately with George Floyd's death and take that worldwide, right?
Okay, Cutsleeve, and then we'll do our Bird Lawyer.
So here's the thing, and I know I'm new to this panel, so I'll kind of introduce myself. I like to build bridges. So I think with 10% better communication, we can have 90% better conversation. And I think there are some things being missed here. So if I were to acknowledge everyone's point, I do think, so to the first person's point, BLM is a movement that goes back on, that rides the trend of, black violence, or like these like outliers or the out cases of like you see extreme violence, and that's where BLM shines the most. That would be his thing, and we can all agree that protests, things can get lost in slogans. So if you say all cops are bad, there are some things that are getting lost in the slogan. Now, if you say, oh, all cops come from a system that sometimes disproportionately targets Black people, then that's something we can all agree on. But yes, we can't agree on what the first person point when they say, yeah, stuff gets lost in slogans, and BLM usually hops on the trends of Black violence. Now, to the Marxist point, I do think, I think that we can oppose his point right here by saying you can't protest for all the injustices. So you can't protest that, some of the intersections are met for Black people to stay in poor areas. You can't protest for gentrification. You can't protest because for in the criminal justice system, Black people get locked up at higher rates. You can't protest that. No, there's no hype for the protest. So of course we need a Trayvon Martin. We need a George Floyd. We need a Breonna Taylor for these movements to be successful, because there is no hype to protest these inequalities. We can't protest that the Black and white disparity is 80 to 100%. So that's why we need these violences. And I think we can build that bridge, and we can all agree that protesting for something inconsequential for these little disadvantages is hard, and that some things can get lost in slogans.
Yeah, I think sometimes the distinction is.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I can put you on the list. I want to go to Bird Lawyer, Fanatic, and then I'll go to
Kobe,
T Jarms.
Can I get back into the queue?
For sure.
Can you tell me the topic real quick?
Yeah, we are talking about the efficiency of these different rhetorics towards abolitions of police, how this, how this works, and specifically in kind of the context of the fact that I guess there's a study released that there's an increase in crime or in sort of crime wave in 2020. So I'll go to Fanatic, Bird Lawyer, Fanatic, T Jarms, Tom. Sound good? Anybody else?
Savitar.
Okay.
So Cutsleeve, I don't know why we can't protest these things. Those all sounds like really good things that we could protest. I mean, like racial disparities in the criminal justice system, like problems in the criminal justice system, like prisoners being mistreated. I think those are all good things to protest. I would also say that somebody mentioned Antifa with BLM. I think these two organizations, if you can even call Antifa an organization, have very different motives. BLM is trying to make a progressive change in society. Antifa is just trying to stop fascists. So I think I find it kind of hard to say the goals of both of them. They overlap slightly, but they're very different movements. They're very different, trying to achieve very different things. And I don't think comparing them is the best idea.
Do you think Antifa wasn't part of the Black Lives Matter movement?
Oh, no.
Like they weren't
Absolutely
protesting
was.
with them?
No, there's absolutely Antifa members that were in Black Lives Matter and vice versa. But I'm saying that their movement, what Antifa is trying to do is very different than what Black Lives Matter is trying to do. So I don't know why we're talking about them as if they're the same or similar.
Very true. They overlap, not the same thing. Let's go to Fanatic.
Yeah, so Kyo-san, you're literally 100% wrong when it comes to support for Blacks. When it comes to all of the progress we've ever made in prior to the civil rights movement, almost every progressive thing that has ever occurred for African Americans in this country is on the heels of ludicrous amounts of violence. Literally, the Civil Rights Act of 1968 happened almost immediately after there was crazy large-scale riots because of the fact that because Martin Luther King had been assassinated in 1967. That's what made them end up having to sign legislation to allow Blacks to start buying homes in white neighborhoods. We have the Detroit riots that happened from the long hot summer of 1967. Those riots immediately preceded really insanely large-scale change regarding I think after that there was a really large-scale riot, and then immediately following that, that was where they hired the very first Black police officer. Immediately following that, and then went on for the rest of the year. That 65% of that year, 65% of their police officers hired at that point were African American, even though there hadn't been an African American police officer for 50 years before that. We obviously saw how insanely it changed. It completely galvanized all of and motivated Blacks to become politically activated when we had the Watts riots, right? And we had the LA riots in 92, which made immediate crazy democratic shift in the state of California. Obviously, the Watts riots changed a whole bunch. Prior to the 1964 Civil Rights Act, there was insane amounts of violence, and there were all of those large-scale, even though Martin Luther King was nonviolent, there was crazy amounts of violence that immediately preceded that change. And I'm saying this really comfortably. There has never been any large-scale political change or progressive movement for African Americans without the attachment of violence. And while you might say, "Oh, the violence is what's detracted from BLM," what we did see was literally the day George Floyd was killed, there was large amounts of violence in Minneapolis. That was a day that the police precinct had been burned down, and several other related buildings, and Target had been completely destroyed, and all of those things. Immediately after that is when it started getting all of the media attention. And after it had gotten all that media attention, that was very, very much focusing on the violence, is when we saw the largest amount of support that has ever existed for Black Lives Matter whatsoever. So this whole notion that, like, furthermore, I have a study that I linked inside of the channel that, like, literally talked about how that went through and made sure that they controlled to be sure that it was actually violence that, like, created the political change. And what they found is proximity to the violence is literally what sparks the absolute most change. For the very first time when it came to LA, there was a giant surge in support for several Black issues, which were primarily education.
I need to interject.
Wait, I need to
Just to
reply
tell
this.
Prime, just to tell Prime the order I had, I believe,
TJ.
A Fanatic, TJ Arms, Tom, Savitar, Spicy.
Okay, Fanatic.
Okay. Yeah, am I right to respond to that, Fanatic, or do you need to?
Sure. Quick question to you from the Silly Series. Are you for abolishing police prisons, Fanatic? Just a quick question before I go to Kyo-san.
For abolishing what?
Prisons. Are you for
No,
abolishing prison? No? Yes or no?
I think I'm for abolishing private prisons, but not abolishing all prisons.
Okay,
yeah,
fair enough. All right, go ahead, Kyo-san.
Okay, so that was impressive. That was a really great knowledge of history. And I agree. Yeah, pardon?
Black history only.
No. That was just generally like a pretty impressive knowledge of history. Great stuff. What I generally do when I look at this sort of stuff is I try to look at the data. Now I pulled up a study. Does this just look at the 92 Los Angeles riot?
That specific one is about 92. I can link you other ones that clearly demonstrate that for every Black civil rights movement, if we look at the Long Hot Summer of 1967, and if we look at the previous civil rights act that was in 1964, and then so that was 92. The Watch riots, I think, were in 1963. Again, for every single, obviously we had the civil rights thing, which of course resulted in, the abolishment of slavery. So again, when it comes to African Americans, I'm saying this unequivocally. Every time we've ever gotten large-scale progress and civil rights in any capacity, it is attached to copious amounts of violence for African Americans. Now, maybe white folks, you guys can get the changes you need without any crazy large-scale violence. When it comes to African Americans in the United States of America, it is always directly tied to violence every single time. So this whole notion of like, no, you don't really need it is just absolutely not true.
So this is where I disagree, because it's violence for who, right? So I mentioned the book before. I posted a graph from the book in the VC chat where it's taken like a holistic study of pretty much most movements over the last, I think it's like 100 years, is it, or last 50 years? Last 50 years. And what it did was it looked at it and said which was violent, non-violent. Now, non-violent like aims will incur violence. Why? Because it's usually the aim of non-violent movements to have violence incurred upon them, right? Is that because it's really, really fucking good for press, right? You look really bad if you're the one, like the people where there's like, there will be violence. There's always violence, right? Politics is inherent in violence. I'm sure we'd agree, right? But one of the things that was mentioned before was, oh, geez, my history is really bad. But it was during like MLK's movement. Specifically, actually, I think you mentioned before, like MLK was shot, right? And that was one of the big insiders for the civil rights bill being signed, right? Because MLK was the one having violence enacted upon him, right?
No, that's not true. You didn't listen, and I get it. You don't know the history. But immediately after MLK was murdered, then there was crazy riots and a large amount of riots immediately following that, and that's what caused the change.
Yeah, but who's going to be seen as the aggressor?
What?
No, wait. It doesn't matter. Wait. That doesn't matter.
That does matter. That's the point.
Okay,
that does matter.
So okay, what you did was you responded by just saying, in theory, this is what I believe in, yada 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 yada. When I'm saying to you,
no, I posted statistics.
What I'm saying is no.
So you're posting general statistics. I'm saying because those statistics you're talking about.
Actually, there's not statistics. It's controlled for study by people who are experts in the
Is it a
field.
controlled for study specifically talking about African Americans? Because I
not specifically talking about African Americans.
That's where the problem is. Because I made a distinction when I said white people can get political change without having to do violent things. It seems to be historically in this country, when it comes to African American, there is not a single time that we have ever gotten large scale change without violence. That's my statement. Now, if you want to provide me a study that just says, in general, change can happen without violence, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying that's not the way things work for niggas.
So I'm not saying change can happen without violence. I'm saying that one, in the public eye, violence is very, very unpopular. That two, those who take non-violent... Pardon?
That's a general platitude that doesn't address what I'm saying when it comes to
It's not a general platitude. Wait,
so do you have any information regarding blacks? Can you contest what I said at all, or do you just only have your general talking point about just how
so
violent?
What would be the reason for the model of separation between black and white movements, or any movements? Because this would also include, all these were holistic movements, right? International, including like the Indian movements, for example.
Well, the reason
what makes black movements separate?
What makes black movement separate is specifically because of the fact that this country, United States of America, happens to have one of the most egregious, like aside from South Africa, one of the most egregious and embedded systems of racism, specifically against African Americans, that they literally refuse to address. So that is a distinction that just can't be ignored. Now, for example, I'll give you a perfect example of this. Just recently, Biden signed an executive order about anti-Asian violence, right? Like that, Biden just signed that. Like I think it was like 8 days after he came into office. Now, what people don't know is that Asians are literally the least likely to receive any form of hate crimes whatsoever, right? Blacks, of course, are the absolute largest recipients of hate crimes, of hate-based assaults, hate-based deaths, hate-based.
When black people are already protected class, though.
Sure. So were Asians. So the idea is Biden went and made an executive order specifically about Asians, even though they are literally the second smallest proportionally and just quantifiably. They are the second least or second. What am I trying to say? Second most likely to be represented within that within hate.
So reading the White House.
So I don't know. So I'm gonna have to let some other people in soon, but respond to that, Kel, and then I see your hand, cut sleeve. Kobe, what was the order? So I don't mess it up because I'm gonna mess it up.
Yeah, T. Jarms has been waiting to get in.
Okay, so we gotta get T. Jarms, then we'll go to you, cut sleeve. Okay.
Yeah, then Tom, Sevatar, Spicy.
Oh, then Tom. Okay, you know Tom. I'm sorry. Okay, all right, good. Sure, we'll do something. But finish your point, Kiel, and then don't worry, we'll get to you.
I'll be quick. So one, I'm looking at the executive order for the press release. The reason why they did it was because of rising Asian violence causal due to the coronavirus pandemic and obviously President Trump's rhetoric, right? So this was basically just
so a rise from 3% to 5%, while blacks make 45%, and you think that needs an executive order while blacks are 45% of it? You think a rise in 2% against Asian Americans in this country, who are already the smaller population? So a rise from 3% to 5% of this problem when blacks make up 45%, and the Asians get a literal vocalized, actually phrased executive order.
Attacks on Asian Americans in this country has gone up in a significant amount. I will find it, but I have Asian American family. My sister's family is Filipino, and it is vile. It is probably like every third time they go to the grocery store, somebody says something to them, and it's been going down.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not. I would never.
Nobody's in studio. Nobody's
Why would you make about Asians?
Because you're trying to downplay it.
Finish,
Mr.
Kobe,
Fanatiq,
Kobe,
you realize that's a...
Hold on one second. Stop. Hold on. Kobe, finish whatever you're going to say. Don't worry. We'll get to everyone else.
I would never, ever try to downplay or deny the anti-black nature of significant institutions of this country. I would never do that, Fanatic. You know that. All that I'm pointing out is I do not think that it is fair for you to say, well, it's only this percent to this percent, when in reality, it is affecting every Asian American in this country. I have family that is happening to them.
Hate crimes affect black people, like at a much higher rate. At a much higher rate. That's the problem.
I'm sorry.
Imagine. Here's a perfect example of it. Okay, we know right now that women are significantly more likely.
You're doing the all lives matter shit right now.
We know right now that women are significantly more likely than anyone on the planet.
Hate crime turning Asian
We
Americans.
know right now. We know right now that women are significantly more likely than any other demographic to be the victims of sexual assault. Men are significantly less likely. If there's like a literal, if sexual assault against men increased by like 10 times, right, it would still be significantly less than women. Imagine it increased dramatically, but was still literally the smaller share of the numbers representing this thing, and then people decided to start making specific. And then I'll finish, and then you can talk. And then people started making specifically vocalized rhetoric around the idea of protecting men against violence when we know that women are getting it significantly more. You would feel like it was probably being dismissive to the black issue. I mean,
No. Look, we've got a list. People have been waiting quite patiently to get to this list. So, Kobe, I'm going to let you respond to this.
Such a stupid point. People need to talk about
this. Was directly
the reason I brought this up is because we are currently experiencing a historic rise of anti-Asian sentiment and anti-Asian hate crimes in this country. That is why I brought it up. An increase of 3 to 5% is a 65% increase. Okay, I put a link in chat. I put a link in chat that it was 150%. Asian Americans are a significant minority in this country. There are many places, including where I live, where there are 5, 7, 10 Filipino families. That's the reality. That's why I pointed out. I'm not trying to downplay anything. I would never do that. I'm sorry.
Okay. I think that's unfair. As well, then. I think. Okay, so we're gonna have to fight this out in a second. We can come back to this because I think you're being unfair to Kobe here. But T-Jar, we'll go to you, and then we'll move down the list.
I don't think he's being unfair to Kobe. I think that Fanatiq isn't saying that the Asian situation shouldn't be addressed. All he's saying is, how can you skip over to address a situation that just arose in 1 year and you write an executive order for it when you have something that's been going on for 50 years? Where's the executive order for black?
And there's been like legislative piece after legislative piece after legislative piece trying to address it. This is what you do: is when you have things come up, you address them with legislation, right? Obviously, black hate crime against African Americans is a very, very fucking serious issue, right? But like, it seems like the government's been trying to take steps consistently over time to try and solve it, and this is one bill that's separate from that. And just to like throw in both things a little bit
real quick. Yeah. Sorry, there's something in chat that you gotta something against TOS.
Sorry, where?
SH Games. Scroll up a little bit. It's highlighted.
Okay. Oh my. SH Games. Okay. Yeah. Okay. For sure.
Sure.
Sorry. What I want to say is that anti-Asian Asian American legislation is not new in this country. We had a Chinese Exclusion Act. We colonized the Philippines. Most people do not know this. We committed hate crimes, mass graves, death squads in the Philippines. Most people do not know this. This is not new. Okay, and of course, anti-black violence is the foundation of this country. So, 1619 Project, the whole 9 yards. Okay, I agree with this. We are currently living in a historic rise of hate crimes against a community that does have historical discrimination. We put Japanese people in internment camps. Filipino people got in those internment camps. Korean people got in those internment camps because they looked Asian, because they had Japanese sounding names. Okay, we can erase either side. I'm not trying to do that. But when you point out and go, well, it's only X% to X%, that's what you're doing. Okay, I would never do that. I would never say, oh yeah, well, black people are only 13% of the population. I would never say that, because that would be downplaying the anti-black violence.
Yeah, so
he's doing the all lives matter shit.
I'm not. Let me respond to that.
Yes, you are. What the fuck?
Fanatiq. Hold on to it, because a lot of people will want to respond. Don't worry, we'll get back to you. Just remember which one to say. Write it down if you have to, so that you can respond to everything. All right. So we hit to T-Drums. You said Spicy was in, then Tom, and then we'll go to Cut Sleeve, and then Bird Lawyer if he wants as well.
So I feel like the construction has fallen down.
No, not yet. I said Spicy first. Okay, I will get to you.
Prime, I gotta go soon, so I'll just say good night here.
Okay,
sorry.
Thanks so much, Sevatar. Have a good one.
No problem. Have a nice day, everybody.
Yeah, Spicy.
To Fanatic's point, I feel like realistically, like what he's saying is that like you don't kind of get to jump the queue, right? Like you don't get to go ahead of someone who's already. I mean, it's not as if these problems can't be dealt with at the same time, but like it must seem like to a lot of people, no. I mean, like
this is not how any social problem has. This would be like saying that if we focus on LGBT issues, we're jumping the queue for Black people, or because Black people are more. This is ridiculous. No, we can talk about both.
I mean,
well, I mean,
It's the fucking oppression Olympics. Holy shit.
The point I was actually going to make thing, and I think part of the problem is that like you guys have the Fox media determining like so many people's opinions, right? And we have the same problem in Australia. Like Murdoch owns 70% of the print newspapers, and he has determined the results of 19 out of the last 19 elections, like both state and federal. Like it's how do you change people's minds when they're getting their opinions fed to them by news.com or whatever, you know?
Okay,
Look,
so let's
not
go.
both state and federal, right? Queensland won our election. Queenslander! Queenslander!
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, but okay. Let's go to Tom, and then we'll go to Cut Sleeve, and then Bert Lawyer.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that like violence is necessary within protests. Like, I think that there's, especially if you've tried the peaceful protest thing and that's just not working, like there has to be another option after that. Like, it's not like if the peaceful protest isn't working so far, like there has to be another option. I think we all agree with that part. It's that, you said, Fanatic, that BLM, like their support rose once everything got ramped up. But from what my understanding is that they lost support as soon as like buildings started getting burnt down, and as soon as like the rioting and looting started, they lost a lot of support. Like it seemed like Republicans and Democrats were all on board with the protests, and then once the violence started, it seemed like all of the right wingers jumped off pretty quickly.
Okay.
So no, that's just wrong.
So
yeah, Kyosan posted data already. Look at the data he posted.
So
okay.
we'll go to Cut Sleeve, we'll go to Bird Lawyer, and then I'm definitely going to jump in on this because I'm more on Kobe's side on this one. It seems like the rest of the chat isn't, which is interesting. But you know, we'll fight about this. But I need to make sure these other people are heard first. So Cut Sleeve.
Okay, I feel like the construction is down, and we can't get from one bridge to another. So guess what we need? We need a bridge builder. Okay, I feel like that some people are just misunderstanding people's points. Some people are giving concessions, but those concessions aren't being heard. So first, on to Mr. Fanatic's point. I think he's being misunderstood a little bit, and people are doing some misunderstanding. So first, his point is, even if Asians have a, say 10 Asian Americans on average are getting brutalized. Now, 20 Asian Americans on average are being brutalized. That's 100% increase. But over here, we have African Americans for right now, 5,000 African Americans are getting brutalized the numbers just aren't comparable. That's what he's saying. He's saying that even if Asian Americans,
I think we understand that. Yeah, we understand this point there. Yeah.
If we can understand that point, we can all build that bridge. So we can. So I think So. And no one here is denying that fact, which I think is something that's getting lost. No one's denying that fact that African Americans, even with the Asian increase, African Americans are still being brutalized. But here's the fact that no one's acknowledging. This is a political stunt. There is a issue. So I don't actually think Biden super duper cares about Asian Americans. I think it's just the hot new thing. It's the hot new trend. So for him to protect his political campaign, he's going to address the problem that's come up the most, and he's going to put a Band-Aid solution. I don't even think this is going to help Asian American violence, but the fact is, it's trendy right now. This is what people are talking about. So that's why I think that's the fact getting misunderstood here. This is for a political game. So on to what Kobe and on to the hypothetical Mr. Fanatic got posed to. if there was some like booty slayer who came in raping men, and even when they rape men, it's still not comparable to women, the sexual assault women face. Yes, I would assume that Biden would pass something like the Men's Safety Act, and you would have the same rebuts. So, but on this issue, I still gonna have to agree with Mr. Fanatic. If you want to make the change in this country, you have to address the problem. Not just even if it's an increase that is proportional, like Asian Americans are getting, more violence, it's still less than the actual change. So if you solve this problem, it will still impact a greater amount of people than if you solve this rising button issue. But yeah, I do feel like we're missing some things. The key thing is that we're missing here is this is a political stunt. And for political stunts, you get the things that are trendy first.
Okay, so this bridge, we're gonna fucking burn it down in a second. But
Can I say one thing?
Don't worry, I'll
Wait,
burn it
wait,
down.
2
I'll
seconds.
burn it down.
No,
Okay.
I'm restating.
Okay.
I'm tying myself to the bridge. I want to build the bridge.
I'm gonna
2
burn it.
seconds.
Wait, Tom.
I
Okay.
looked at what you guys posted in the thing. That's over like a long period of time. What I was saying is just this year when buildings started getting burnt down, support went down, and I also posted links for that.
Okay.
as well.
So we're gonna go to Bird Lawyer, and then I'm gonna step in. Because
All right.
I'm waiting.
All right, don't
like-
worry, Prime. I got the fucking the lighter and the gas. We're good to go on this bridge. Like holy shit. I'm sorry. Why are we acting like civil liberties are a zero-sum game? Why are we acting like if Asian people get rights or we do some executive action that helps them out, it's gonna just like fuck over black people? We can do these things at the same time. You should be applauding this. This is something to be happy about. The Asian Americans who are facing greater instances of hate crime are being helped out. We should also apply this to black people. I agree. We should like go to Biden and tell him, hey, apply this to black. Like write an amendment to the executive order or whatever you do, and just add black people to it. That would be so easy. But it's just so crazy to me. Go ahead, Prime. I know you want to say the same thing. I know.
And again, it's just like the all lives matter shit. It's right now we're seeing violence against Asian people going through the roof. So we're trying to enact something that's going to help the Asian people out. It's not saying that we don't care about what's happening to black people. It's saying that right now, in this specific time period, we have a lot of violence against Asian people. We're trying to help that out.
Okay.
So hold on. Ice Cube has a song from his band Body Count. This call where he goes, when I say Black Lives Matter and you say all lives matter, or when I say Black Lives Matter and you say, well, women's lives matter or gay lives matter, you're diluting the subject. Yes, women's lives matter. Yes, black or gay lives matter. But we're talking about black lives at the moment. I totally agree with that. But when Asian Americans get brought into the subject, and I see some what I'm interpreting as downplaying, I want to push back. That's all I'm saying. And I may be unintentionally doing it. And if I'm unintentionally downplaying anti-black violence, Fanatic, call me out as much as you can. And I'm sorry, right?
Okay, so my turn. Yeah, so let's burn this goddamn bridge to the ground. Yeah, so exactly what Bert Lewis said. He hit the nail on the head. This is not a zero-sum game, right? I'll let you respond afterwards, Fanatic. I want you to be able to respond. But this is not a zero-sum game. I don't know why we were acting as if these matters are opposed, right? I think many of the same people, not all, but many of the same people who are victimizing Asian Americans will gladly victimize African Americans. In fact, they might have cut their teeth victimizing us, right? Like, yeah, we got a lot of MAGA chuds, right, who took to Trump's messaging, right? But not just them, right? There are a lot of people who take the words of a president seriously, unfortunately, right? Yeah, so we saw a rise in assaults on our Asian American brothers and sisters, and that came from all corners. That needs to stop. But this thing about like waiting your turn, which is what it sounded like to me. That's what it sounded like to me. And if I'm mischaracterizing Fanatic, of course, I'm gonna give you a space to make sure that you're heard properly. But like it sounded like wait your turn. Well, if that's the case, well then fucking black people need to wait our turn. Because what about our Native American brothers and sisters, right? They were literally exterminated here, and we still haven't made it right to them. So yeah, I guess we can't accomplish anything until we figure out America's original sin, right? Which wasn't slavery; it was exterminating the Americans, right? Like stealing the land, like that's a
Well,
problem.
can I go
So
after
like
Fanatic?
so I don't. So
could have been a minor addendum to what you just said right there.
Sure.
So yeah, the Native American is a perfect example. As a total number of like police homicides, it's very low. But that's because there's not a lot of Native Americans, like 5 million Native Americans. But as you pointed out, in the context of America, America is literally founded on the like ethnic cleansing of the Native Americans and the genocide of Native American tribes. And so you can't just look at pure stats. You know what I mean? And we have to look at, for example, Asian American violence in the context of a widespread anti-Asian sentiment across the whole world because of COVID, right?
Yeah. Can I give you a question? Can I pose a question?
Oh, you got it to me?
If you are hungry and you're starving and there's a line for bread and you've been waiting, let's say 200 years, and then some brat comes up and just skips the line and been waiting like a minute, do you have a right to get mad?
That's not what's happening.
That's not analogous because people like
That's-
Filipinos and Japanese people and Korean people were put in line when we colonized the Philippines, we colonized Guam, we colonized Hawaii, we went to war with Japan and took over Japan. They kind of got put into the line.
We had
So
a
I don't
thing
know.
called the Chinese Exclusionary
No, this
Act.
would be-
we had a thing called the
this
Chinese.
would be an
Hold on, son. We had a thing called the Chinese Exclusionary Act, right? Where like. As far as I know, this is the only act specifically to exclude a specific race of people, like the Asian people. Just we're gonna exclude those people. We don't want them in our country, right? Like the anti-Asian sentiment has been alive and well here, right? Like we put Japanese within internment camps, right? We've been doing terrible things to them all along. And again, still, if you want to go that route, then we still haven't addressed the original sin of Native American ethnic cleansing, right? That hasn't happened yet.
So we're not. So this. Hold on. This take about the cutting in line.
Yeah, go ahead.
This take about cutting in line was. It would be more analogous if you had people in a camp that were waiting in line for food, and then another group of people came in that were starving a bit more at that particular point in time, and those people got food. It's not saying that we're not giving.
No, they're starving more than they usually do, because even if they're starving, like,
but to call them brats is just really fucking.
These metaphors are not very useful here.
Can I respond?
Hold on, one second, Fanatic. These metaphors, I don't think are actually helping us at all, because we're arguing about these metaphors and not actually the actual problem. So yeah, okay. So let's just move on, because these metaphors are just obscuring the situation. Fanatic, go ahead.
Okay. So here, I'm just going to throw some numbers at you guys really quickly, okay? So let's say there's 100 hate crimes per year, right? And someone breaks down the numbers and they find out what the racial makeup of these hate crimes. And so they find out that there's 55 of them against Black people, 18 against Latino, 12 of them against white, and 2 of them against Asian, okay? And then we find out maybe, I don't know, in like 2020, we find out that 54 of them are against Blacks, 18 are against Latinos, 12 are against white. So white and Latino are relatively unchanged, but then Asian jumps up to 4. Imagine if this was a social issue and people have been trying to rally. We've had literally worldwide freaking protests specifically to address this thing. And then because Asians increased, in this case, if it went from 2 to 4, that would obviously be 100% increase, right? If that happened, and then people were like, wait a minute, we really got to address this Asian problem. And you're just like, well, it's crazy. It's going through the roof. And it's like, well, I mean, through the roof relative to who? Well, no, for relative to
Asians.
themselves.
To Asian people.
Right. Let me respond. So you're like, well, yeah, relative to themselves. And it's like, okay, sure. I guess, yes, there's been a double, but like, there's I mean, like, well, obviously if we recognize that, like, okay, so there's 4 against them and there's 54 against these people.
Would you say
hold on. Jesus Christ, y'all went for like an hour. Shut the hell up. Anyway, so then you decided and then you decided, like, wait a minute, like, so we're trying to address like this thing. We've been complaining about this, championing this for 7 years, and then someone decided, like, we're going to go ahead and verbalize specifically and target this group specifically. Now, we do have plenty of legislation in this country that, like, just talks about protected classes, of which Asians are already a part. We recognize, like how often, like, we can address all of these issues together. But the second you decide to vocalize you wanted to vocalize the issue and target it towards a specific individual who happens to be a minority recipient of harm, then it starts to seem a little dismissive. And it would be one thing if it was just this one occasion, but we already recognize in 1966 when they started the phrase model minority, specifically talking about Asian Americans, using them to try to say, see, Asians were able to rise above the socioeconomic problems. I think there was an article in the Times magazine, and they're like, see, Asians are doing whatever, while completely dismissing and dismissing what was happening to African Americans. We saw a gigantic quantifiable shift in support towards Asian Americans, while Blacks still got completely left behind. We still have significantly more bias against African Americans than it comes to Asian when it comes to job applications. We have significantly more bias with African Americans as opposed to Asian when it comes to hate crimes. So it seems to me like this is just another ploy that we're using to dismiss what's happening to Blacks by focusing on what's happening to another group, even though it's happening more often to Black people. And I'll give you a really quick analogy, Prime. Imagine you have a niece that keeps coming into your room and stealing, I don't know, all of your money. Okay, and it's happening consistently, and you're talking to whoever the freak is, whoever, and she just keeps on doing it. And then one day she goes into a relative's thing, like I don't know, whoever, another roommate's, and steals, I don't know, $1. She's stolen over the course of time $10,000 from you, but she stole $1 from the relative. And then the powers that be get together and say, we're gonna do a stop this person from stealing thing, and we're going to name it after this person she just stole $1 from. Do you understand why that would feel like you're dismissing? Because I've been talking about her stealing from me on a regular basis to the tune of $10,000. She steals $1 from this person, and now you're going to literally label him as
This
the
is a horrible losing argument.
This is terrible.
Can I respond? This is a losing
Wait,
argument.
I've been waiting for a long.
Okay,
time.
don't worry,
Let me
Kobe. Don't worry.
respond.
We'll get to you. Hold on, Cutsy. We'll get to you later. But Burt Lawyer, Kobe, and I'm going to respond because this is terrible. This is fucking killing me. But Burt Lawyer, first, go ahead.
Words for not analogists. Please show me.
No, this is terrible.
Listen,
analogy.
I want to repeat. We're not like trying to take away. You know how long it takes to write and sign an executive order in this country? Like literally an afternoon. You could write an executive order, have somebody sign it, and just be like in place the next day. Also, Biden ran on a campaign of racial justice. Like, maybe you don't want to believe him as much, but the powers that be right now are for racial justice in America. I don't know why we're acting like Biden all of a sudden hates Black people. All right?
No, he's not saying he hates Black
Why
people.
are we all of a sudden acting like that? The guy who wrote the 1996 crime bill that's literally been the most harmful thing that's ever happened to African Americans.
Hold on. Stop it.
The guy who literally wrote the drug bill in 1986. What are you talking about? Why we feel that way about Biden?
Wait. You know that crime bill? That crime bill was supported by a number of Black leaders.
Oh my God! There we go with the Republicans.
It literally was.
Okay.
But listen, that crime bill fucking sucked. But at the time, it made fucking sense. And a lot of people supported that. Bernie Sanders supported that. Biden supported it. Black leaders in America at the time supported it.
We're not going to get lost on the crime bill because that's another thing.
Pure stats. Okay, can I go?
Yeah, please.
Pure stats, when comparing minority groups, purely don't work. I don't know if this is like the 100% truth. I just did a little quick Google first result. Human Rights Watch saying fatal violence against trans and non-gender conforming community by police, saying 44 individuals were killed by police. Maybe that's more, maybe it's less. No, that's just the number. Okay, 44. If we're doing the same analogy you're doing, if I have $1, we should not care about trans women's violence against police officers or against police. But we have to recognize that in reality, trans women, not a ton of them. There's a relatively small amount of trans people that are open, 100% presenting all the time, right? And so their violence against police is extreme. Ask any trans woman, they have extreme violence and extreme persecution by police officers. We have to understand that their oppression in their context, in the same way that we have to understand Black folks in their context. I don't think that we're taking away anything by pointing out that we're in a historic rise of anti-Asian racism, while also saying that we're in a historic rise of people standing up against racial injustice, against Black folks with the Black Lives Matter movement. That seems, I don't know, it's
yeah,
obvious.
so okay. I'm going back in to this fight. One, I think you made a perfect point, Kobe, right? Like, yes, there's a lot of focus on our trans brothers and sisters right now, but like this is new in like history, right? Like this level of focus on them, this level of visibility, right? But the hatred against our gay brothers and sisters is very old, right? It's very well established, and we're very good at it. So like then was it cisgender white gay men would have the right to say, well, you know what, we've been facing all these the suppression first, right? So women of color who are trans, right? Like you wait in your corner, right? We need our issues addressed first, right? This is not a zero-sum game. I don't understand why you're pretending it is, because it's absolutely not. We can address both at the same time. But are we? The question is, are we? And no, we're not. We're not. So if the question is, should Biden do more to address anti-Black hatred, right? To address the demands of BLM, right? And just like the general civil rights struggle of African Americans in general, that he has done his best, right, in the past, right, to interfere with, right? Like Biden through his legislation has made being black in America more dangerous, right? So he has things he has to own up to, absolutely, right? We can acknowledge all this, right? But we can also acknowledge that right now, like our Asian brothers and sisters are in a crisis. Yes, it is a crisis for them, for that community, right? But it's not a fight like him, our legislative process, right? Like pausing for a second to address a specific issue isn't a betrayal of the Black community. Neither is it a betrayal of the Native American community or the Hispanic community or anyone else, right? And we shouldn't treat it like that. Well, in fact, we should have Black and brown solidarity on all of these, right? We should be celebrating, trying to push each other up, raise each other up, and supporting each other in all of our struggles. We can't expect other communities to be there for us, and we're not there for them, right? If they're having a moment here, then not less. And yes, let's support the legislation that's targeting them. But you can respond, Fanatiq.
Okay,
So yeah, it's really crazy to me. Like I this just blows my mind. So I get it. It's crazy to me because it's you're saying Asian people are in a crisis. Asian people are in a crisis when they are not proportionally doing worse than Blacks in this area. They're not like just whole
why are you
numbers
comparing
doing worse
them
than
to
Blacks.
Why are you comparing them to Black people?
Yeah,
what
why are
the
you
fuck?
comparing? Stop it.
The reason you asked the question, I'll answer it. The reason why I'm comparing them is because the data was released, and in the data, the FBI released just all of the data all at once, and they just released the breakdown. And the reason why I'm making this comparison is because as of 2020, we were literally pushing for this. We were pushing for anti-hate crime, anti-discrimination. This has been like a call. This has been a rallying call of Black Lives Matter, like the movement. And this is what we've been asking for. We've been literally marching about that for 7 years, and we're still facing the same exact issues. We've been arguing for police reform since literally before Martin Luther King was assassinated. The same thing still hasn't happened. The country is completely deleterious when it comes to addressing African-American issues. And we've seen time and time how they will use any other protected class to sideline African-American issues, to specifically focus on them and kick the Black issue down the line. This has happened repeatedly. There's literally never been any positive change for African-Americans without violence, yet any other protected class can get as much change as they want without any like need for crazy marching and crazy destruction and crazy rioting or any of those things. That's why I'm making this
so I'm going to go to I'm going to go to T-Drums. I'm going to go to Cut Sleep afterwards. But before that, right, I'm going to say, again, this opposition that you're putting us in, absolutely unnecessary, right? Yes, look, things are fucking unfair. Things have been unfair for African Americans. Things have been unfair for our Native American brothers and sisters, right? We can understand that. This is the case, right? But if this is your thinking, then if we don't get those reforms that you're talking about, right, those absolutely needed reforms for the African American community, does that mean we can never address the issues our Native or Asian Americans, brothers and sisters are facing? Can we not address that at all? Can we just never? We'll just have to leave that, right? Like until Black liberation finally happens, until that day comes, that you're out of luck. Literally everyone else is out of luck. They have to wait in line. Is that what you're saying? Because it sounds like what you're saying. If I'm mischaracterizing you, let me know. But that's what it sounds like you're saying, that we literally can't accomplish that. Like, I know it sucks. It sucks that we have a Republican Party that is dedicated to keeping getting in the way of Black civil rights, and a Democratic Party that has been complicit in it, right? Which would much rather use Black issues as a wedge issue, right? Use it as a get out the vote tactic than actually addressing it. I agree. I've complained about this. I've criticized Biden. I've criticized Obama, Clinton, all of them. Name them. I've criticized them on exactly this point. But like, if that's the case, does that mean that nothing else gets addressed? Nothing else gets addressed?
No, I'm not saying that nothing else should be addressed. I'm
Okay,
just
then.
saying that I'm saying that if the majority of a specific issue, right? If the majority of a specific issue is affecting one group more than another group, the idea that you would try to make the face of this issue the group that's the minority representative of this issue seems a little bit off-putting to me. For example, say poverty, right? So say we find out that Native Americans are literally are receiving the most proportionally, they're the highest. They have more poverty rates, higher poverty rates than the rest of any other minority group. And we find out that not just proportionally, that they're just the largest number as a whole. Do you understand how offensive it would be if Native Americans were championing this cause for, I don't know, 50 years freaking straight, and then all of a sudden, I don't know, another group gets an increase, and then we decided, we're going to write a bill specifically and name it after the second group that's like literally that only 1% of its group is in poverty, while Native Americans have a 75%. Do you understand why that would be offensive to Native Americans?
Hold on.
Hold on. Now, I'm not saying that all of these aren't issues. I'm not saying that we shouldn't address any of those. We should address what's happening to Native Americans. We should address what's happening to everyone.
Can I clarify your question?
Once you label it as the minority recipient of a problem, it sounds dismissive. Can you understand just that point?
So hold on.
Labeling it as the minority recipient of
I have to ask this question.
Hold on.
Fanatic, at the beginning of this, you said, "Well, you kind of made a rising tide lifts all boats argument." You said, "Well, if we're addressing hate crimes for Black people, it's going to be give
I never said that.
Okay, maybe
I literally never said that.
Okay, maybe. Okay, I'll concede. I wasn't positive.
Forget. Okay, T-Drums and cut sleeve.
Yeah, what Prime, you say that it's not a zero-sum game, but it seems like historically it kind of is, because when it comes to Black discrimination, every time there's a bill or legislation, it's always put under race. So that means it applies to everyone. So there's racial discrimination. It gets to apply to everyone. But when it comes to Indians, Indians have specific land for Indians, not for any race. They get specific land. They get specific treatment because they're Indians. When it comes to trans rights and gay rights, they have specific legislation written for them specifically, not for anyone else, just for them. So then when this Asian bill comes up, and there's been all this unfair treatment to Black people, if you just want to write a bill that addresses race, fine. Write a bill that says we don't want racial discrimination. When you come in and you write a specific bill for Asians, and like who was it? Was a Bird lawyer said it only takes a day to craft a bill. So why wasn't there a bill? Biden's been in office for almost 2 months now. Where's his bill that he could have made in one day to address the police brutality for Black people? He could have written it up. You said it could be done. You said we could address these issues and not be a zero-sum game. Where's that bill at?
So
where's
do you
the bill?
think that Black issues can be addressed? I'm going to respond to this. Let's make it very clear. Like, I love shitting on President Biden. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And don't ever fucking take that away from me, right? I will take every time opportunity to do it, right? But I'm going to always be fair in my criticisms. And I think what you're seeing is a fair criticism that like President Obama didn't take this time, right? 2 months, right? To start addressing these issues that BLM has been raising for many years, that civil rights, the largest civil rights movement, has been raising for even longer, right? That's absolutely the case. And you're talking about, should we have target legislation? Because we can understand these issues affect different communities differently. Yes, 100%. We should do that. Yes, we could. I'm not going to argue with that. That's exactly what we should do. We should have crafted legislation that deals with the issues, right, as they appear within these communities. Absolutely the case, right? But here's the deal. Here's the deal. That didn't happen. It didn't happen, right? Right now, our Asian American brothers and sisters are dealing with a crisis within their communities, right? And I don't want our Asian American brothers and sisters to be hurt, to be suffering, right? So yes, we should address this, right? Yes, absolutely. All this other stuff should happen before, but it didn't happen before, right? It didn't happen. It didn't happen. We can keep pushing, right? Hopefully, our Asian American brothers and sisters can march with us, right? As many of them have been. As many of them have been. As many of them were part of the BLM movement, right? As many of them have been. Hopefully, they'll continue to march with us until we get to that promised land or whatever the fuck, right? But right now, it's being addressed, and I don't see the problem. It doesn't hurt me. It does not hurt me that Biden has handled this. It hurts me that Biden has failed the black community again and again, over and over, right? And then still gets fucking credit for it, right? That so many people still like him despite everything he's done in the past. Yeah, it fucking bothers me. And I've talked about it for literally months during the campaign, telling people vote for Bernie fucking instead, not fucking Biden, right? I get that, but right now there's an issue, right? And Biden addressed it. Good on him, right? And I hope he addresses he's addressed issues that our trans brothers and sisters have been going through, right? In terms of like the military ban, like for instance, and I think something else as well. But that's good. It's great. I wasn't hurt. I wasn't distraught. That very much smaller communities got some attention before us. It's okay, but we can. The fight continues. The fight continues.
You keep saying it's okay, like we're saying it's bad that these people got help. It's not saying that it's bad that people got help. It's saying, why are you focusing on helping these small groups? And you
their
have
size doesn't matter. Why does their size matter? Again, why are you comparing?
Wait, one second. Really quickly, just because, like,
sorry, hold on. We'll go to cut sleeve, and then we'll go to kill sign.
All right. Okay. So, I think that we can have some compromise here. I'm going to attempt to build a bridge. Okay. Firstly, because here's the things I acknowledge. Prime Kai wants Mr. Fanatiq to acknowledge a thing, and Mr. Fanatiq wants Prime Kai to acknowledge a thing. But they can both acknowledge each other's points without contradiction because they actually agree on a lot more. So, for some good fact checking, it's not a bill; it's an executive order.
Said that.
Next, so all Prime Kai wants Fanatiq to say is that the bill did good. It did good for the Asian community. That is all he wants to say. Mr. Fanatiq, but I mean, yeah, the executive order did good for the Asian community, and that's, I think Mr. Fanatiq could agree, for that community, it did good. So the executive order itself wasn't a harm, but what Mr. Fanatiq wants Prime Kai to acknowledge is Mr. Fanatiq wants him to acknowledge that he has a right to feel jaded that African Americans still haven't gotten their executive order. But we can't change the past. The past is the past. You guys agree on the same foundation where if Biden should sign the exact same executive order for African Americans. You guys don't disagree on this. All Mr. Fanatiq wants from Prime Kai is to justify his feelings of feeling jaded. Biden,
wait,
or not
hold on. So okay, hold on. Somebody just put the order in chat. It's not even an order. It's a memorandum. It's literally just a letter telling the American people and condemning the violence against Asian people. Mm-hmm. What so the fuck? Why is this like? What?
Wait, that doesn't matter. Like that makes it worse. All he has. Wait, that makes it worse. Okay, that
Make it
just
worse.
goes to show
That literally memorandum doesn't have any power whatsoever. It changes nothing and nothing in the way that people like act in their daily lives. It's literally just it's literally just a letter like condemning racism towards Asian American
And
people.
acknowledging the
That's
government's
all
part
it
in it as
is.
well.
Like what
that makes it worse. Wait, hold up. That makes it worse because like you're saying, oh, it's so tiny. It's so tiny. If it's so tiny, then Mr. Fanatic's going to come on here and say, why didn't he do it for African
it does
Americans?
nothing. It
So
does
to be clear,
nothing.
one thing. Wait, 1 second, because I feel like people are missing this. That there actually have been bills that Biden's passed that has to do with this specifically. Now, it's not like anything to the exact black community. I'll be like clear here, but they've passed like several bills. One targeting the black community. So, for example, the abolishment of private prison contracts on a federal level, the fair housing executive order, and lastly the revoking of Trump's administration's removal of funding for any cities that supported Black Lives Matter. That's been reversed as well. A lot of these are like Trump reversals, but to be clear, these are like either in support of directly in the terms of, in the side of Black Lives Matter, or bills that proportionally target like African Americans, right? Like there have been bills that actually are executive orders that fundamentally like affect the black community, just to make sure that we're not saying there's been nothing that's happening. Now there hasn't been anything specifically said, look, like dealing exactly with like black Americans like was mentioned before, but these are pretty clearly targeted them.
So okay.
And by the way, that memorandum was an executive order.
Okay.
No, yeah, but it was,
okay, so all we
it wasn't.
It literally told the
Read
it
it.
told the director.
Hold on, hang on, please. We gotta let Cutsleep finish. Cutsleep, please.
Yeah, all Mr. Fanatic. I think so. Maybe he can say if I'm wrong. All Frankai, because I'm just gonna direct this at you.
Okay.
Would you acknowledge that if Biden had did the executive order to African Americans, would it help more people?
I haven't actually seen the text of this executive. I came into the middle of this, so I have to take a look at it to see if it was actually be helpful.
Wait, no. If the executive order is what we've been theorizing the whole time, which is helping like an executive order or at least an acknowledgement, would you agree that it would impact more people if it was targeted at the African American community?
I don't. I mean, like if it's. I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying is that like oftentimes this legislation or these orders, these actions, right, aren't actually useful in the very fucking beginning, right? So maybe it would be. But let's say that whatever this is that Biden put into law, right, or whatever, that it is maximally helpful, that it will solve the problem, right? Yes, there would be more people if it was targeted to African Americans, I guess, right? If it would be more people who would be helped by this if it was for African Americans rather than Asian Americans, right? But on the other side, right? On the other side, hold on. So I'm going to adjust you, Cutsleep, because you said a bunch of other stuff too, right? And again, I'm not trying to straw man Fanatic, but like going off of what you said, right? If Fanatic is talking about like how I should feel jaded about this, right? Well, if this is about our feelings, right? Well, then okay, whatever, right? Then yes, Fanatic can feel how he feels about it, right? And I can feel how I feel about it, and you can feel how you can feel about it, right? We can all feel how we feel about it, right? Or we can acknowledge that the truth of the matter is that like when there's actual legislation, when there's movement to address the issues within our various communities, we should be celebrating it, right? And then we should be organizing for the next fight. If people have been waiting, as the African Americans have been waiting fucking forever for our turn, for so many of our issues to actually be addressed, yes, then hopefully those other communities will back us up. And you know what? They have been backing us up. They have been marching with us. They are on our side, right? I don't blame my Asian American brothers and sisters for the fact that these things haven't happened, right? I see like fucking some old Asian man getting just fucking decked, like a cold clocked, right? And hitting the sidewalk. That's what I see, right? I see my Asian American brothers and sisters being spit on, right? I see women being assaulted, slapped, and then hounded because like, oh, you must have COVID or some shit, right? Like that's what I see. So I want to address that. I really do. Right? I would love all the things that are wrong with my community to be addressed as well. But no, it's not a zero-sum game, right? Let's hope for better in the future, right? And we'll move forward. So, all right. So a lot of people have been wanting to jump in. I see you, Darth. Don't worry, I'm going to put you online. So we have Tom. Did you want to say something? I'm not sure if your hand was up, Tom. Okay. We got Tom, and then we'll go to Darth after that, I guess.
Yeah, I've been trying to get in with that for a while to say, like, the bill doesn't really accomplish anything. It is just saying, like, we condemn violence against our
It's not even a
Asian
bill.
American brothers and it's an executive order.
It's not even an executive order.
Yes, it is. Read it.
It's
It
no,
is.
no,
It's
it's
not.
not. It's not.
Okay,
Okay,
you really need to
there's
read
a
it. If
difference
you're a
between-
lawyer,
okay.
lawyer, if you're a lawyer, please read it. Like,
Okay,
actually
no.
read
I
the
did
thing.
read
Read it.
Hey,
No, read
I
it.
did read it. I did
No,
read it.
you obviously
It's
didn't
not.
if you're
It's not
saying
an
it always
executive
said
order. It's a
racism
policy.
bad. It didn't
No,
just
no,
say
no, no,
that.
no, no, no.
It's
no,
a
no.
memorandum.
It's a memorandum.
That's
and
an
it's
executive
Hold
order.
on. No, it's
That's
not.
an
That's
it's
not an executive
literally
order. That's
ordering-
not
it's
what an
literally ordering
executive order
multiple
is.
departments to do
Okay,
different things.
it's a
Like,
policy
what part of this
update.
is not going
It is
through
a
your brain?
policy update.
Okay.
It's not an
So,
executive
lawyer,
order.
respond.
Either way.
Respond to whatever.
You're a liar. You're not a lawyer.
Okay, it's not. I'm not a lawyer. It's not an executive order. It's a policy. It's a memorandum policy update, which means that it's sending out specific orders to I think it's the Attorney General and telling them to investigate certain things. This is not what an executive
so it's
order
not.
does.
So it is ordering things.
Wait,
Wait,
hold on.
that
You said
doesn't make it an executive order. What the fuck? That doesn't make it an executive order.
Calm down. Hold on. You said it's sending out an order to specific
From the
departments,
executive.
right?
Wait, no. Just because it's ordering something doesn't make it an executive order. What the fuck?
I got you. Hold on. So it's sending out an order to a specific department. Which branch of the government did this order come from?
That doesn't make it an executive
No,
order.
actually,
Just because it's an executive department. An executive order.
Stop. Everyone fucking stop yelling. Please, thank you. Please, right?
I just asked you a simple question. Really quickly, which branch did it come from?
It doesn't matter what branch it comes from.
Can you answer the question?
Wait a second.
Can you answer the question? Which branch?
I'll give you the
did-
standard.
I like
Wait,
that you
shut
think
up,
this is-
guys.
this is-
Shut up,
no, I
Hey,
love that you think this
answer
is
the
some sort of
question.
weird gotcha.
Hey,
This
no,
is
word lawyer,
actually
answer the
fucking
question.
is.
Please.
He's not answering the question. There you go. Just chill out. Just answer the damn question. Which branch did it come from?
Do you know what an executive order is? Or
It came from the executive branch. It came from the executive
so it
branch.
was an order that came from the executive branch that did not.
Oh,
go
okay.
through- Hold on.
I'm
Wait.
gonna mute us. We'll do this one at a time. All right. So don't worry.
Here
I'll
we
start
go.
muting people. We can do this one at a time. All right.
I got 1 minute into my
Fanatic.
thing.
I'll let you respond. Then I'm gonna mute you. Right. So that other people can respond too. So Fanatic, go ahead. Say what you want to say.
Okay, sure. So I don't know, an order that goes to the Department of Justice that like a literal memorandum that's literally labeled and called an executive order that Biden signs into that Biden signs the same way every other executive order is signed by the freaking president that doesn't go through Congress, but it's not an executive order. Like this nigga's literally going through hoops just to try to dismiss that it's an executive order as if this is some big thing. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it is literally directing the Department of Justice the same way Obama did when he created his task force to start investigating police crime. So, like, yes, the fact that Biden decided to do this, and he felt very compelled to do this because there was a rise in something against Asians, even though like it's still happening at literally 9 times the rate against blacks.
Okay, all right.
That's
So
crazy.
I'm gonna server mute Fanatic, and then Burglar can respond, and then we'll go back to you, Tom. We'll go back. We'll get back to you, Tom. Don't worry. All right, go ahead.
So the memorandum specifically was, yes, it was signed by Biden. That doesn't make it an executive order. Just because something's like a piece of paper is ordering somebody to do something doesn't make it an executive order. Executive order is a very specific legislative piece that is passed by the president of the United States that has legislative connotations to it. This doesn't have any legislative connotations to it. It's literally just a policy update for certain departments in the executive branch. It's not an executive order. Go read the definition of executive orders.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so it's hold on. Tom
Does
never
the
finished.
type
Tom never. Yeah, actually, I mean, it actually might. It actually might matter exactly what that
Well,
means.
it's in the chat.
But so we're gonna go to Tom to finish this point. Then we'll go to Darth.
Okay, so whether or not it's an executive order, I don't want legislation coming from Biden. I want stuff through Congress. I want stuff through the Supreme Court, through the Senate. I want things that are going to last. I don't want stuff that the next president can just come in and wipe away real quick. I want things that actually matter. This is just it's just trying to look good for Asian Americans, I guess. But like when it comes to the Black community and the changes that need to be made, I want actual change. I want things that actually matter. I don't think this matters. I don't know if you guys think it matters or if you've even looked at it. But to me, it just doesn't look like it matters.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so let's go to Darth. He's been waiting patiently. Thank you for joining us, Darth.
Thanks for having me here. As far as the executive order thing, it's not an executive order. Just quick Google search shows that an executive order needs to be published by the Federal Register, which this Biden.
Different.
Finish your point, Darth.
But
like the same shit.
yeah, but aside from that, I don't see the problem with. I mean, granted, like I've had a quick look through this, and it doesn't seem to really do anything for Asian Americans. But I don't see the problem in helping Asian Americans and African Americans at the same time. Like, why can't we do both? Like, what does that take away from African Americans? So yeah, I'm just wondering.
So I'm going to try to fairly represent Fanatic's point. Don't worry, Fanatic. We absolutely will let you back in. You know I always do, right? So you know what's happening. But I think if I'm representing his point correctly, it's that like this is maybe indicative of a larger injustice. The fact that African Americans have been waiting for decades to have our interests addressed, right? And it seems like within this, well, I would consider emergency for our Asian American brothers and sisters, this was immediately addressed, right? When despite like the massive amount of support that African Americans have put on the table, right, for Democrats, like the fact that Biden would not be in office if it wasn't for the massive amount of support that African Americans have shown for the Biden administration. Still, our issues aren't addressed. Still, it seems like they are sidelined. I disagree with that mode of thinking. Again, I don't want to straw man Fanatic, but I'm pretty sure that's what he's going for. I disagree with that mode of thinking. But yeah. So I think that's what we say. So we'll go to cut, and then is there anyone else who wants to jump in before we go back to Fanatic or Kobe? All right, and then Kyosan. All right.
Okay, so here's the thing. I think we can all agree that executive order, memorandum, doesn't matter. And we can all agree that we never really expected anything to like, I even said this at the start of my speech, like, I didn't expect this to help Asian Americans, but it's a sign of where Joe Biden's head is at, or like the government's head is at. But also, we can agree that if he extended these rights to Black Americans, like Prime Kai is saying, so I will give Prime Kai some credence, if he did extend this to Black Americans, it's only a plus. But I will indulge Mr. Fanatic when he has some acceptability where I actually think if I had to bet my money, I'd say Joe Biden does this for Asians and then jets out. Doesn't even acknowledge Black people. And I want Prime Kai to answer, do you actually think that any of these rights are going to get extended to Black people? Like
They
any
aren't
sort
rights.
or not rights.
I listed 3 executive orders that were passed in the last month that had specifically to do with African American issues. What are you talking about?
Wait, that's not my question.
What
is
rights,
it from the
Asian bill
what
that
rights
you
do
want
Asian Americans
afforded to
have? Do African Americans not have?
Okay, so what Mr. Fanatic is probably going to say is he probably just wants an acknowledgement that like African American like violence and like hate crimes is high and outstandingly high compared to all other groups.
We've already acknowledged that.
Well, yeah, I mean, Kyosan, we got 3 executive orders, right?
Yeah. We've already acknowledged that, though. We've already acknowledged that.
Wait, no, those 3 orders had nothing to do with hate crimes. Those were rolling back some Trump stuff. Replay those 3 executive orders. None of them had to do with hate crime.
So it was the abolishment of federal private prisons.
Okay.
Right. The funding for it was a rollback of the.
He didn't quite abolish
ceasing of
federal private
funding.
prison. Just to be clear, that's not why that
He
happened.
ceased the contracts, which is effectively an abolishment because
Well,
once the
not the
contracts
same.
run, they don't renew
Still
them.
not the same, but okay. But that's fine. Go ahead.
Rolled back the Black Lives Matter funding issue. So basically, any city that supported Black Lives Matter openly would have removal of their federal funding. And the other one was to do with the Fair Housing Department. Let me just double check. Where was it? Coronavirus equity.
These are massively more important than hate crime, but it still doesn't address hate crime.
Okay. Don't worry, Fanatic. I swear to God, you're going to be able to get your chance. I just need to get the other. I swear to God, I'm going to. But go ahead. Kobe and Kill.
I need to hop out
because
I need to cook dinner. So I'll end it with this. The things I wanted to say was that number one, just from my lived experience, whatever, the Filipino side of my family is much happy that we have Joe Biden and not a person that's saying China virus and not a person that is stirring this up in the presidency. Very happy about that. Another thing I wanted to say was that in the reality, like I said this earlier in chat, and I think this has been said on multiple people on the panel, anti-Black oppression is unique to anti-Asian oppression. Anti-Asian people, they don't face a lot of income indisparity, right? They don't face many, what's it called, education, right? It depends, right? That's something that those things are there's not ghettoization like there, as much as Black Americans, right? So one of the things that is specifically really targeting Asian Americans, especially right now, is is specifically hate crimes, being attacked, saying slurs against you, having a discrimination in stores and things like this. So it makes sense that there's kind of a focusing on that in the same way that a lot of the times when politicians roll out programs for Black Americans, it has stuff like housing, so like education, so like police reform, because those specifically target Asian Americans, right?
Okay.
So
thank you.
It seems like the focus makes sense, right?
Thanks so much for that. And thanks for being here, Kobe, as always.
For sure.
I definitely appreciate you.
Have a good night, everybody. And like I said before, if I inadvertently downplayed anything, I'm sorry, but I feel like it's an important issue, right? And I think we can do both at the same time. So have a good night, everybody.
I think so too. Let's go to Kyo-san, and then we'll go to Fanatic.
Yeah, so I think I've been sticking too hard on the whole Asian point a little bit, because it was brought up as a point in reference to Biden himself, right? Unless I'm misremembering how it was brought up.
I missed that part.
So the idea was they've taken some opportunity to put this forward instead of putting forward actual legislation that works. But it seems like that they're trying pretty hard at this point to get through their list. And they, like it was said before, they ran on a platform of justice. Most presidents get through about 60% of the legislation that they put forward. Some of those are obviously because they're easy, others. Some of those because you have to compromise with Congress. And it seems like in certain ones, especially on equality, I would hope that Biden wouldn't have to get much fight back from Congress on this. That it's usually fiscal problems or certain other things, but mostly fiscal. And that these are easy wins that they can just pass, right? I can't tell the future, but it's I don't know. I've been huffing too much opium lately. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Okay, I think Biden's been doing a pretty bang on job so far. It's only been 2 months. Not having the Senate is pretty hard. Well, they have the Senate, they don't have, but they've got the fucking filibuster, right? We all agree the filibuster's dog shit and we hate it.
Oh man, you're really testing me, Kyo-san. You're testing me.
I'm testing you. You like the filibuster?
No, you're testing me about Biden's performance, right? Look, I feel disgusting. I'm on the other side of Fanatic on an issue, right? Where I love being on the same side of Fanatic, especially when we're shitting on Biden, right? This is great. It's what I dream of, right? Because I have so much things I want to criticize Biden for, and yes, the filibuster is a failure of Biden as well. But I'm gonna have to leave it there because that's another
So what's like-
conversation. That's another conversation.
Well,
I
I
can't do
know
it
it's
right
another
now.
conversation, but like, what's an example of something he's done in the last 2
boy.
months that you would like?
I
to
mean, he
say?
bombed
That's-
Syria
you're
recently. I
asking
mean,
for a
that
lot
was
there.
pretty bad.
You're
Oh,
asking
you
for a
want
lot
to
there.
fight about Syria?
So don't-
Yeah, let's
I
talk
was
about
molding
Syria.
in chat. We can talk about this later.
Kill-san.
I was molding about Syria in this fucking chat before. Okay?
Kill-san.
Can I go
I'm sorry.
after Fanatic?
Yeah, sure. Kill-san, we can talk about that later. You want me to shit on Biden? I will provide. But I want to get to this. So I'm going to unleash the beast here. Fanatic, definitely want to hear what you have to say about all this. So please go ahead.
Yeah, it's just crazy because like everyone just keeps popping off all sorts of nonsense. I'm always like little like fact based and numbers based, and niggas just like come on here and start saying stuff. So it's like, yeah, man, Biden did 3 things already for black people. One of the things that he did was he like really he was trying to abolish private prisons. Okay, I mean that sounds pretty good on paper, right? Like, yeah, he really did that for black people.
Who's help me understand what percentage of inmates in federal prisons are white? I'll answer it for you. 57.6%. Okay. What percentage is black? 38.6%.
But they're overrepresented. Wait, that's still overrepresentation in those prisons.
Hey, shut the hell up. I'm talking. So that means that this issue helps more white people than it does black people. Then when you want to talk about the fair housing thing, right? And you want to start talking about HUD, okay? Yeah. So 49% of Section 8 recipients are white. Okay, 49%, 33% are black. He's not doing anything. And
Again, they're overrepresented.
Please let him finish, please.
Just shut the hell up and let me finish my point.
This is the last thing I'm gonna say. So don't come in here talking to a nigga, talking about civil rights issues, thinking you know something, when I literally cite for you actual civil rights history, talking about the history of violence and how it's obviously directly tied to all civil rights progress African Americans have had. I gave you the example of the Watts riots, the LA riots, and talked about the long hot summer of 1967. We can literally watch it all. And then come in here and be a Biden apologist talking about some, like, why would black people not support Biden, as if you literally don't know the history. It was basically that wasn't you. That was Bird Lawyer. That was Bird Lawyer.
I didn't say that either. You motherfucker. I didn't say that shit either.
Anyway, my point is, you don't know your history. You literally came on here trying to pop off about how Biden's helping black folks, and the largest recipients of the things that he's done is white people. Freak out of here. It's just like affirmative action. The largest recipient of affirmative action is white women, but we always talk about that as if it's a black issue. Yeah, affirmative action is for black folks, but the largest recipient of affirmative action is white
Do you think? Wait a second. Please. Do you think? Oh my lord. So like the question here is like you said before, Bird Lawyer was like, should we look at disproportionate stacks, who's disproportionately affected by an issue, or should we look at whole over proportion stacks? Because white people are almost always going to benefit, right? Like when we look at disproportionate stacks, we understand like how we can help fix injustice, how we can help and fix inequality issues, because we can see where the inequality is. Because that's what we got to try. Otherwise, we're talking about literally 13% of the population. How the fuck are they ever going to be overrepresented in almost anything as we look at a whole population?
Well, I mean, all I wanted to know was what it is that he wanted from the memorandum that Asian people are getting. What is it that he wanted for black people? Because I don't see anything in there that...
read the language of the memorandum. It's like hyper specifically targeted towards like Asian Americans. Like almost none of it would apply to black Americans.
I think he would just like not necessarily. No, it's not that like he wants that specific memorandum to be targeted to black.
Right.
He wants a legislation or whatever, like executive order.
I'm saying though that I don't think it actually does anything. I think it's just there to. I can't think of the specific word. Like when you come out and you're just like, "Hey, everybody, I love black people and BLM and trans rights." And
I think he was angry at the
virtue signaling.
I think he was. Yes, I think he was arguing against the principle of the matter. That it's our issues within the African American community has not been addressed, and then our Asian American brothers and sisters have been addressed right now. But
he did it in a really disingenuous and a really shitty way. That's the problem.
TJR, do you want to say something?
Let's not talk shit about him behind his back.
Oh,
okay?
no, he left. No.
I said that to his face. I said that to his face.
No, he
I'm
left.
like the whitest dude in this chat.
No. Fanatic, you left, so people can respond. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's just virtue signaling, where is the virtue signaling for the African Americans? I think that's what his main point was. The fact that someone actually took the time to write a bill this specific to hate crimes.
And not a bill. Not a bill.
I'm sorry, to write this memorandum this specific.
It's not that deep.
The fact that you took this time to write this memorandum this specific for Asian Americans for hate crimes, when George Floyd just happened, we had all these Black Lives Matter protests. Where was these? All he's saying was just where was the specific bill for directly targeting African Americans and police brutality? That's what he's saying. Where is that? He's not saying Asians shouldn't have this protection. He's just saying where's that specific memorandum for Black people? That's all.
We acknowledge that, and like, look, and I acknowledge it many times. I literally acknowledge that.
Wait for it, and well, just support this bill, and maybe in 5 years we'll get one, and then 5 years after that, well, maybe in 5 years after that, then they'll write one for us. That's what he was saying as far as waiting in line.
Yeah, I know, but then Native America's been waiting longer again. So like this, so that's a nonsense. So if that's the case,
again, it's just he's playing the oppression Olympics. Is what he's trying to do. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
No, it's not the oppression.
That's what it feels like.
Oppression Olympics.
That's what
I
it
think
feels like.
so. I'm I'm a little bit worried that like people are being a bit uncharitable here, right? It's okay for people to be like, from what I can feel, right, is that like, and I Fanatiq, I know you're listening. I hope I'm not misinterpreting you, right? It's fucking frustrating when you've got to deal with something all day, every fucking day, and shit isn't happening and shit isn't moving, and you see it happen somewhere else. Like if you're working your ass off at a job, right, and that motherfucker next to you gets promoted, you have every right to be pissed off, right? Every fucking right. And I hope that's what's happening here, and not just like.
That's exactly what he's saying. He's saying all the police.
The problem I had with it is it didn't seem like when we actually got down to it and we wanted to talk to him about it, it just seemed like he was pissed off about the fucking memorandum. It didn't seem like here's what I want actually Black people to have instead, and this is like what I want them. He just seemed pissed off about it.
I think
it's okay to be fucking pissed off.
But that's what Kaiosen just said. You're pissed off because you've been asking for this action to happen for the last 50 years, and it hasn't. And then right in front of your face, someone writes an action for someone else right in front of your face and doesn't write one for you.
Well, then criticize.
So don't shit on the people that the action was written for. What the fuck?
Criticize Biden. Criticize Biden for not writing those things.
That's exactly what he was doing.
But
yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean, when you have the language of like this group of people just jumped the line, you're not talking about Biden. Like you're not talking about Biden. When you're talking about like this group of people has been waiting longer, but this group suddenly now gets those rights, you're no longer talking about Biden.
Okay, but the Asian,
I'm just saying, like if you're gonna have that conversation, just solely focus on Biden and don't talk about these groups of people are getting more focused. Like that is where it becomes problematic.
Biden wrote this.
Eagle Eye. When did I poop on Asian people? Tell me when I did that.
It was a whole thing that you were doing. You're playing the fucking oppression Olympics, saying, "Oh, it's really, really, really discerning that Black people have been waiting all this time and we haven't got a bill, but the Asian people got a bill."
Eagle Eye. Kaiosen just said that exact same
thing. Wait. So hold on. Can I feel that someone is unfairly someone is unfairly giving someone else more attention than they're giving me without taking a dump on that person?
But that's not what you were doing.
Wait, hold on.
Can I do that? Probably can, but that's not the way.
I'm asking Eagle Eye. Can I do that? Sorry, because it's someone else spoke up for you.
You probably can, but that's not how it came across.
Okay, can you name a specific thing I said that was ever harmful towards Asian, downplaying who Asian people are, downplaying their struggles, or was it only comparing it relative to African Americans?
Why do you need to compare them to African Americans?
Okay, so was there ever a case, because that's not an answer to my question, was there ever a time in which I downplayed what happened to Asian Americans? Was there ever a time that I said what was happening to Asians was okay? Was there ever a point in time where I said that the Asian American didn't need help? Any of those things, or did I only say African Americans have it worse than them, so it's interesting to me that we would literally name it specifically after them?
No, you didn't. You were very careful with what you said.
Okay, so then so you can take that back. You're gonna walk that back. I never shit on Asians, as you said. I never shit on Asians.
I think it's pretty clear what you said. And what
I thought so. Yeah, you liar. Thank you for walking it back.
All right, go ahead.
So to be clear, one thing that was said was only that only see this set amount of violence, right? And that can come across as this isn't a large amount of violence. We shouldn't care about it. Now that's like I don't think it's like that big a deal. Like I said, I empathize with you on this. That's why I was defending you before. But that can come across that way.
Okay.
If you choose to accept it that way, I definitely never said that. I was very clear. I admitted to crimes really very, very openly. Absolutely. I think what's happening to Asian Americans is absolutely terrible. I think what's happening, any sort of hate crime is obviously going to be something that I'm against. I'm always arguing for racial equality. And I recognize that, yeah, there's a lot of hate crimes happening to a lot of people. What I said was it was disproportionately happening to African Americans. And I felt it was unfair that we would name it after the other person who is the minority representative of overall hate crimes.
But
That's
okay,
what I said.
but so
I never ever downplayed what was happening for
this is
Asian
the
Americans,
problem that I'm having.
and it's the fact that whenever we talk about things that are addressing Black people, they will address all minorities with it. So Biden will say something like, Biden will say something like, hey, we have to address, there's a lot of things that's happening to Black people, and then he will immediately follow up with say, and Latinos and other minorities. He'll automatically follow it up with other minorities. He will never, ever, ever. He has never and will never ever specifically say just Black people and focus on Black specific issues. We never get Black specific issues. We will always get issues about all people. We never get Black specific issues, but Asians got Japanese specific reparations. We had freaking specific reform with Hawaiian Americans. We'll do things specifically for Native Americans. We never do things specifically for Black people. We would just do things for all minorities, and that's what the problem is. It seems like everyone is very willing to address issues for individuals, but they will never address issues specifically for Black people.
Okay. All right.
I think you're being disingenuous here.
Okay.
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with you there, but I would say the Emmett Till Unsolved Civil Rights Crime Act, is that not something done specifically for Black people, or I don't know.
I don't. Is that something that Biden did?
2000. Well, not Biden, but if there's something specifically for Black people.
Yeah, I don't know. I imagine it is. I don't remember exactly what that was. I know Emmett Till, but I don't know exactly what that was. And anyway, look. First of all,
wait, you don't know who Emmett Till was? You don't know what that bill was?
No, I said I know who Emmett Till is. But I don't know exactly what that bill was. That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So to Darth, are you Black Scottish? I need to know this.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. I am. I just sort of, I don't know. I thought this conversation was about abolishing the police. So
no.
I was interested by that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
No, all right.
No. You missed that part. We kind of moved past it, but that was a good part. We'd love to have you back to discuss that and other issues. Though it was very nice of you to join us.
To my show, I'm just gonna move my mouse and you can talk for me. I love that accent.
Yeah, I love it so much. It's like the moment you talked, I fell in love. So thank you for being here. It's great. But yeah, it's got a great accent there. All right, so here's the thing. Here's the thing you don't know about Mr. Fanatiq. If you're just getting introduced to him, right? What you don't know is that despite him, he makes beautiful music that you can relax to after you've heard him yell at you for an hour or so. So what Mr. Fanatiq is going to do is he's going to put the link in chat, right, to his music, to his single Ariya, right? It's great music where you can chill to, right? It's fantastic work that he's created, right? You won't believe that it came out of the mind of this man, but it did.
You won't believe the same fingers that were typing all this dumb shit in chat made the most beautiful music that you've ever heard.
I didn't say that.
He makes beautiful.
I didn't say that last part, Mr. Fanatiq, but
I did.
Well, he did. But Mr. Fanatiq has put that link in chat, the DistroKid link, where you can find Ariya, right? fantastic movie, music to chill to, right? Or to make love to. I don't know. Whatever you want to do, right? Like once you buy it, it's your music, so do whatever you want with it. Thank you, Mr. Fanatiq, for that. Thank you all for being here. Exclamation point. Shout out to Kyo-san, who's awesome, who comes in and helps us out. Shout out to Tom Foley, who's also a great supporter of the channel. And I guess Mr. Fanatiq as well. I'll shout out his channel. Is there any other channels quickly that I need to shout out?
I do my own
I'm
thing.
streaming currently too.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I do my own thing on the side. It's not really a channel thing, but I do host special events. So my name is Cutsleeve. I'll debate anyone at any time for at least 30 minutes, and if I feel like you've changed my mind, I'll give you $5 because I think information is more important than money.
Okay.
So yeah, I have taken some people up on that bet. I've just gone on the Rob Norris show, and
You're 15, right?
16.
16.
Okay. Well, cut sleeve. That sounds quite interesting. Cut sleeve, please come back. Darth, please come back, and everyone else as well. Please, I've enjoyed hearing you before, so I would love to get more of you and come back earlier. Like show up earlier so we get more of you, so we can hear more from you, right? But we'd love to hear about you. Okay. So I'm going to raid our friend Wicked Supreme.
Can I?
Sorry, right. Did you want to say something, Tom Foley?
Yeah, if I can, real quick. This Wednesday, I've got a big panel coming up at 9:15. We're gonna have Destiny. We got Dylan Burns. We got RGR. We got Denims. So far,
I'm there.
We'll get a couple more people, but yeah, it's gonna be a dope panel. So make sure you're there Wednesday, 9:15 Eastern time.
Okay, be there, be square. All right. So I'm gonna go off to our good friend Wicked Supreme. Please give him a warm welcome. He's an amazing guy. I like him a lot here. And has been kind to the channel. Come back tomorrow. It'll be great. We're gonna do Amazon Lily. Yeah, come back. It'll be fantastic. I don't know.